I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie.
Welcome back, by the way, Flint.
Hey, thank you. Hey.
We missed you.
No,
Hey.
Sure
I'm
you
gonna
did.
send you a quick message.
Okay.
We did. I had to deal. I had to deal with this
You had a
as
boys'
report.
night out at the banquet ball. I know.
Yes.
By the way, I'm
Apparently,
very upset of
we
what
got
you said
married.
in chat. You can't retroactively be precious. All right, that should not be allowed.
Give me my moment, damn it.
I'm gonna dance with the flower girl. God damn it, she's perfect. Defend her to death.
Give you your moment. How about give me my my fucking Whitestone stuff that you told me that I already have?
Well, as you saw in the chat, what I meant was that you got the actual material components, not the residuum. So it's neither here nor there. It's because I forgot that Canon was already. I was really stoned last session because I had some.
I apologize. That's my fault.
It is your fault.
Yeah.
Hey man, where's
Well, no,
my
with
pipe?
my-
Man? I lost my pipe, man.
With my move, I got a new weed guy, and I was trying his edibles for the first time, and they were a lot stronger than I expected. So last session, I was like really stoned.
This
You
is,
gave
I'm
me
sure
a
this is all
bajillion
perfectly
different
legal
coins.
internet.
No
Yes.
wonder we partied so much.
This is totally 100% legal. But anyway,
Oh no.
I forgot that it was canon that the only place you can get residuum is in Whitestone, and what little there is in Amon would not be for sale by the people who have it. So you got the material components you needed. It's just
Sherry could get us
the actual material components as opposed to the same thing in residuum.
Well, then in that case, I'm giving myself 300 gold back.
Okay.
Oh.
So you don't want the material components for?
I already have the material components.
Oh, all right. You didn't want more material components?
Was
The
that
only
what we were
material
doing? Like
component that it
extra material
uses-
components for the extra person? Is that what the thing is?
Yes, essentially, because his our first plan, which was transport via plants, was once again as
That's
confusing
right.
as that plant is to the beautiful and very talented Marisha Ray, was mistaken for Tree Stride. We're just
yes.
totally different spells in D&D,
Mhm.
Yes.
and
I use that on
have
Mondays,
nothing
so.
to do with each other.
Mhm.
But anyway, you were looking for the Word of Recall spell.
Yeah, it's ruby
Yeah.
dust worth 50 gold pieces, which I already had.
Yes. So if you wanted more of it, because I don't believe it consumes it, it just requires it, right?
Nope. Just requires it.
Yeah. So then you get. I'm sorry. It was my mistake last time saying that you could get the residuum there in Amon. I was mistaken. But anyway, we are going to have Fike do our recap because
Oh no!
I rolled for it to be Bureau, but seeing as how he's in the car, I would not going to do that to him. So Fike,
Bureau.
you get to.
Oh. Knox, I'm so sorry. All right, last session on what are we calling this? Defenders of the East. It was our second day of challenging, putting singles up for Knox and Bureau, which were there was some betting done. They were smacked down almost instantly because that's what happened. You put them against a fighter and a
Barbarian.
barbarian
And we
against
got
a
our shit.
bard and a warlock. That's what happened.
Hey, they could have done things to,
I
try
should have
and-
flew.
I was
should
gonna
have
say he
flew
could have
away.
flown with his spear and have reach and never, I'm just
Yep.
saying.
I could have, but I didn't.
And we had a banquet that we needed to go to where we met lots of important council members, which was Thon's duty, which he through a very persuasive argument made by Tharn and Biro and maybe a few other people. He got his passage to go help out the stone giants and a bullet herd and Fort Daxi. I don't know. He hasn't really explained anything to us yet. He's kind of just yelled at other people, and we're only hearing like offhand what's going on.
Well, none
demanded
of you
for
have
us
really
to leave.
asked yet.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Nobody's
He
actually
explained
asked
it a
me.
little bit, and he explained
Hey,
it twice.
I'm doing the recap.
I'm waiting for it. Embrace him.
Yeah, it's gonna come up. And then Thorn demanded we leave instantaneously, in which was shut down instantly by the party, going, "No, we will leave in the morning after preparations." I feel like Shango is having difficulty. And then Fike and Knox got married because he put a ring on it.
Mhm.
And it's canon now. Yes. We go together now. That's what happens. And I think that was it. A lot of chats, new quest.
You went off to go
Fight
have a
pieces.
cry session?
No, I'm going off to have a cry session now.
Yes.
That was the
Yeah.
end of the last. Oh yeah, so we left off. You guys
That's
are
what
going
it
to shop
was.
to prep.
Thank you, Shango. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. That's what it was.
Yeah.
You were using the residuum, the cost of the residuum, to alter the spell a little bit so that you could take one extra person.
Yeah,
That's what-
I know that.
I
Yeah.
forgot that. That's what I forgot. I apologize.
Yeah, I think you
thought it
said
was
you needed.
just- I thought it was just to replace material components.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
doing that as like a thing or whatever, as like a mechanic to get around, narrative stuff. But anyway,
All right, Bill,
Sorry.
you need to take half or double
what?
that you did last week. You need to take half or double that you did last week. Last week was awesome.
But anyway, so you can go ahead and I will recorrect myself, Tharn. So you can go ahead and mark that gold off and replace it with the material that you got. So
I like to call that miscorrecting. Thank you for miscorrecting.
miscorrecting.
So
Thank you.
then I do have 300 worth of residuum.
Yes,
Okay.
in this rare instance that you were able to find some outside of Whitestone.
It's a miracle. Thanks, Sherry.
Let's just
I'm
say
gonna
you
say
robbed
it's
it.
Sherry. Sherry, help us
Yeah.
out.
Sherry's
It's
got
a
the-
Candle Knight's miracle.
So the real question of this session is: do we go by Fox or do we go by Nike?
Fox.
No comment.
Fox is clearly better.
Fox is clearly better.
Hmm.
I don't understand this reference.
Because
They're OTP.
power,
It's a
Yeah.
ship name.
power
What?
couples like Brad Jelena put their names together.
So this is Fox.
Fight and Nox.
Oh.
Fox.
Fox.
But
Hey, quick question. Am I the only
Yes.
one whose spell list in Roll20 is now gigantic?
no, I had the same. It shows all the spell cards.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's new. You have to. There's a little
Yeah,
Like
the
leather.
eye.
like calligraphy eye symbol. If you click on that, it shrinks it.
Come on.
Okay.
Let me
Yeah.
pop
Yeah.
out my.
That's new.
Shift
It
sheet.
just started.
There we
I
go.
just saw that today for the first time.
Yeah.
Um,
So I had the same thing, and I was like, ah.
But yeah, then you can hit the eye thing to open it up and read the stuff.
Ooh.
Anyway,
That part's fine. It's the having to scroll down 5 pages to read my spells thing. That's...
yeah.
Yes, that's a little annoying.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
But anyway, with that, I believe we ended with you guys back at Gray Skull Embassy, sleeping for the night, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm sleeping outside somewhere, but yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think actually we had woken up the next day because I think I'd burned spell slots.
Oh yeah, you
Yes.
sent.
You
Yeah.
did do ascending in the morning, so that's right. You guys were just finishing breakfast and going to handle any last preparations before you were leaving for the north, for the Authenden Pass.
Yeah, we have
uh,
1
with
hour.
Tharn.
Now, guys, listen. We cannot spend that much money because we have to spend money back home for everything that's going on. The circle and the people.
Didn't you already pay for your circle?
That's what
Yeah,
I
we paid
thought.
for the circle.
Yes. Yes, we paid.
happened.
Fox does not leave us. He's being a bad bookmaker.
How is the hub? What?
And I believe you paid your stable hands a year in advance.
So we paid the stable hands a year in advance. Yeah, because I forgot this. I
Oh yeah, you definitely paid the stable hands a while in advance.
okay. So the stable hands are a year in advance, and
And you already paid for your teleportation circle. It's just not done yet.
Yes.
Okay, so that is paid in full. So we don't have to pay
Yeah,
anything.
You paid for
We're
it up
good.
front.
Mhm.
Okay,
And-
just
yeah.
wanted to double check before we spent this money.
We
That's
got a
all.
discount.
Alright.
We paid cash.
Cool.
We paid
So
It's
cash.
good of you to think about it, Noxus.
I imagine there is a party going to Gilmore's.
Indubitably.
You guys saw the inventory that I posted on the Discord.
I don't remember seeing any.
I posted pictures in the Discord of the current inventory.
Yeah.
As far as potions are concerned, those in scrolls change more frequently because
Oh.
they're easier to create than like permanently enchanted items.
Got it.
So there is where did I put that page? It's here somewhere in my notes. There are. They are all out of potions of fire resistance. You guys, you guys bought them out. They're going to be out for a little while. But they, as far as potions and scrolls, you can ask if there's any ones that you're looking for.
I'm looking for a spell scroll of alarm.
Spell scroll of alarm.
Yes.
Yeah, they have that.
Cool. It's 50 gold for a first level spell scroll.
I believe so. Yes.
All right.
I'm putting in chat how much we're spending so everybody knows.
Cool.
I know that people were interested in potions of healing. As far as potions of healing are concerned, they have a potion of superior healing,
Superior.
2 potions of greater healing, and a regular potion of healing.
So 1
Say
and
we get-
2.
They have
Yeah,
a regular, a superior, and 2 greater. They were bought out pretty good with the Gods Brawl going on. A lot of the temples were spending money for their champions.
So we have 4
I
regular
say-
healing potions.
Yep. I say screw the regular, get the great.
Yeah. So I need to make sure with you guys if you have these in your inventory. It says we have 3 greater. Sayao has 1, Bureau has 1, and Fike has 1. Is that still true?
On my part, yeah.
So you still have 1, okay. Bureau is not here.
I have
Bureau
a
is here.
greater healing
Here's
potion.
here. He's just
Oh,
not
he
in roll
is here.
20.
Fike
So
has a
Bureau-
greater healing potion on him.
Okay, so
Yes.
Bureau, did you use yours in the fight?
I believe
did
he
not.
did.
I used 1, but I already had 2, and I used
All right.
So you still have 1. So we have 3 greater healing potions. We have 4 regular healing potions. 2 are on Shango, 1's on Cortanus, and then there's 1 regular on Sayao.
Yep.
Still true.
Am I with you guys on this shopping trip?
If you would like to be.
Yeah, I
You
think
want
so.
to be?
Sure, why not? There's nothing I like better than going back into the city to do things with people.
You can follow Fike if you want.
Thorn isn't haggling.
yeah.
Thorn is not haggling.
Yeah, we don't really have to role play out too much stuff. The shopping is
Nah,
more
yeah.
of
Yeah.
you know,
So
more of
how
a-
much?
here's the list of stuff. Do you want
How much is the superior and the greater again?
to? The graders are 500 each, and the superior is 2,500.
2,500. All right.
You can use them.
Wouldn't it be easier to just make those yourself?
No.
How would you go about doing that?
We don't have the time either.
Well, all you need is a little bit of time and skill. They're not difficult to make.
All
Look,
right.
I look at Tharn.
myself.
Do you mind waiting another couple of days to go on your mission?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
I look at Tharn and I put the gold down on the counter and grab the potions. See? Easy.
So wait, what did you grab?
2 greater and
Problem
1
with you
superior.
young people, everything has to be so immediate when it's not pressing.
Just
Okay,
giving
on a
him
real
a
note,
look.
on a real note, out of character, what did you buy?
He bought both graders and the superior, so that's 3,500 gold.
3,500 gold.
3
35
days.
So you're up to 3,550 so far.
In 3 days, it shall be till we leave to the north.
Let me see.
Nox, are you getting the breastplate?
The half plate, he means?
Sorry. Yes, halfway.
Sayao, are you gonna take my armor?
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, yes, I will buy the half plate then.
All right, so that's 1,350 gold pieces.
Oops, that's the wrong
Come here.
tab.
Does Shingo have goggles of night yet?
Nope.
1350.
That may be a better idea.
50 gold pieces worth me, right?
I would recommend these, Shango, and the goggles up from my neck.
How much are the goggles?
600 gold.
Get them
I believe.
It's not an either.
We have it. If
Yeah.
you want them.
Are they? They're not attunement, are they?
No.
Goggles of Night, 600 gold.
Are they attunement?
No.
They do not require attunement, no.
You want them?
Goggles of night. Sure.
It would benefit us.
Yeah.
It'll
All
benefit
right.
you guys. You guys
All right.
can't see in the dark.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's see.
they also have, as far as potions go, they have a potion of fire breathing for 600 gold pieces.
Especially they were sold out of that.
No, resistance.
No,
Fire
fire
resistance.
Fire
resistance.
resistance.
Fire resistance.
Adding fire
Yeah.
instead of taking it away.
Yes. The opposite.
Surprisingly, a lot
that-
of people did not want to add more fire to a situation around
Yeah.
here.
So 600 gold pieces for that.
I think that was the 50. Shango.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He was
Oh,
asking
you
if gold was for him, and I was like, no, the 50 gold is.
For the scroll.
Just asking. I
Yep.
want to clarify.
Oh, okay.
They have a potion of climbing.
Actually,
You have the spider climbing.
Dallas might
boots,
think
don't you?
about it for a while and then use some of her portion. Might I have that alchemy jug?
Oh.
Certainly. The 300 gold pieces.
Add that. Looking to Noxus. Now you shall have your mayonnaise whenever you wish.
Mayonnaise!
There aren't other useful items it can procure, but
All right.
Wait. Can it make the hot sauce? I want the hot sauce too.
We quit D&D. We open up a BLT shop. the best grilled cheese BLT shop in all of Taldor.
Ever.
It's drowning in mayonnaise.
I don't
Ooh,
believe
we
it
can make Philly cheesesteaks too.
doth make vinegar, and that can be used for wound disinfecting.
Oh, okay. I didn't think
Or
of
chips.
that. We are at 5,800.
Hey, Bill, word for getting past the first round of the individuals was.
There was no reward or no award for the single competition unless you won the whole thing.
Yeah, we
Oh.
had to win.
Oh, Biro got a reward from Blake.
That's true.
True. But he doesn't know that.
There's a
Hey.
note in there.
He just
That
knows
says-
that he has
hasn't
the
checked it.
extra money.
Mm-hmm. Any other things you guys would like from Gilmore's?
Maybe. What other kind of potions? Let's see.
What other kind of potions do they have?
Yes.
They have several potions of resistance for almost every other kind of damage other than fire. They don't have one for radiant damage or necrotic damage, though. But they have them for the other elemental damages like acid, poison, lightning, thunder, force. They have the potion of fire breathing, which I think you already took. Potion of climbing, which is 100 gold. Potion of fire giant strength, which is 12,000 gold. Potion of speed, which is 10,000 gold.
Oof.
And potion of invulnerability, which is 10,000 gold.
Yeah, holy fuck.
Oh,
Hear me out. Hear me out. Buy the potion of speed. Stick it in the alchemy jug.
That tis not
The
how it
alchemy
works.
jug doesn't multiply liquid; it just creates it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Certain types.
potion. Superior healing potion.
Here's a
That
question.
does not.
Yasuthon, what doth thou knowest about what we shall be facing on this particular mission of thine?
Most likely what we'll be facing are the soldiers of Fort Daxio.
who don't know to leave well enough alone.
Oh boy.
Didst thou not get a letter telling them not to intervene?
Yes. Well, I have this letter here that says to allow us to deal with the situation, but other than whatever beasts we may run into across the land, the only enemy I see are those foolish soldiers.
All right, so thou thinkest this should simply be some sort of diplomatic mission then? Nothing to...
Well, of course it's a diplomatic mission. Why do you think they sent me?
She can't say anything.
Oh yay! We're so going to get ahead of everybody, and we're going to so win them over with your charms.
Perhaps a different question. Are there any beasts, monsters within... Oh, oh sorry.
All right, you
cut out really...
super robot. So.
You super roboted. Sorry. I have no idea
Go
what you
ahead,
said.
Cortanus.
Are there any beasts or monstrosities, anything like that, along the path that we should be aware of in case we need us to get in any sort of skirmish?
Yes.
Couldst thou elaborate?
Oh, there are many things that stalk the night out there, from beasts of the land to horrible monstrosities and abominations. If I were to make a list, we would start with well, there will be wolves, dire wolves, and bears, and dire bears, and
He just starts
listing beasts, and then going into monstrosities, and then
he just starts going for a while, like.
Are any of these in particular
like Bubba from Forrest Gump listing off shrimp dishes? Just like.
Are there any in particular quantities, higher quantities that we should know about that mayest have effects that we should be resisting?
Tharn, the one that most immediately comes to mind based on the situation is the bullet, which the valley is currently flooded with.
Well, the valley is flooded with bullets, but that is what the giants are dealing with. We shouldn't find ourselves in a situation where we're necessarily fighting them. The giants are simply hurting them and doing with them what they need. They shall be populated in great number across the land, but I'd say that the greatest danger we face are the foolish soldiers of Fort Axio.
Very well, I simply wish to knowest.
And I'm guessing everybody in every city that we ever come in is dangerous too, right? Because they live in a city.
It's not because they live in a city that they are dangerous. They're dangerous because they are people, and people are greedy and stupid.
Totally. Hey, Cortanus, next time you ask him a question, make sure it's very specific. We've been here for an hour.
My apologies.
Oh, hey, by the way, it's not Sherry, right?
No, it's not Sherry.
No.
Sherry's in Whitestone.
What's this person's name? I don't remember.
The married guy?
The married guy.
Yeah, the married guy. That's the only way I remember him. The married guy.
The married guy, I believe. Hold on.
It's the married guy that we don't know if he's actually happy in his relationship.
Felix.
Felix? Oh, Felix. Hey, Felix. Hey, do you have diamonds?
If you're looking for spell components, of course we have spell components.
I need 300 gold pieces.
You can. He happily sells you 300 gold pieces worth of diamonds.
Okay, I am happier than a clam with a pearl. So is that it? Does anybody else want anything?
Will, the
yes.
Item that I had asked you about?
Yes, you are able to procure one.
And the cost?
The cost is a schmeasly 500 gold pieces.
Done, and done.
It is a
66.
rather large leather-bound tome. It's like a
Better not,
Manhattan phone book.
better not be the Necrocomicon.
The bestiary. Did you find
It-
magical
It
beasts and
is
where to
actually
find
the
them?
Necrocomicon. It's
Oh my gosh, Tharn is the guy from the Fantastic Beasts. I knew it. I knew it.
Let me
He's just an older version.
Older turtle version.
let me find out that Darn's actually Master Roshi.
He is not a monk. So that is 660 platinum pieces
So far,
so far.
For bookkeeping purposes, are you keeping track of your own money, Thorn?
yeah, I'm handling all that.
Oh, is there any
So
sell
remember that, Nox, right? It's marked in there that he took out his 3,700 or so from his
Yes.
winnings.
Now, is that
And-
actually marked? Like, so the party has 2780.
No,
He
from
has
those, you need to
mostly-
take out the 3,714 gold itself and keeping track of himself.
Okay,
I believe
so-
you guys already accounted for that
So
by
yeah,
not
the 20
adding it to your party funds to begin with.
Okay, so the 2780 is ours. He has already taken his share. That's what I was wondering.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, then we're fine.
Here's a
Yeah, we don't know
question.
each other well enough to commingle our finances yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not yet.
Yo,
How
we just
many-
fucking.
or,
We
sorry.
ain't married, all right?
Unlike Fox, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a question: do they sell empty like vials or potion bottles? Anything like ounce, 2 ounce things?
Yeah. They could
I would think we have a bunch
point
from the
you
healing
toward
potions.
a glass blower that could provide you with a bunch of empty vials if you so chose.
Mhm.
That would be
We probably don't stock. We probably don't save the glasses we use
probably
when we're not
not.
chucking them at people and shattering them into faces. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chuck it
very-
and throw it at
very like
the enemy.
"Oh, I enjoy this. Another smash.
Well, there was the one
I'm
time
gonna
where
try
Katana
that again.
smashed
I'm
it.
not gonna do as well, but I'm gonna try it again
Yeah,
eventually.
there was the one time you smashed it into someone. So
Yeah, it was fucking great.
Bar fight.
But yeah, would definitely want to get some vials.
May have to
They're
go-
1 gold piece each
Okay.
for a 1 ounce vial.
Okay. I'd like to get 10 of them.
All right, so that would be 10 gold pieces.
Okay. Take
So you have
that.
10 empty 1 ounce glass vials,
Okay.
We're
all that
at
for now.
2119.
and they all come with corks and
Hooray!
stoppers.
That's 1 platinum gone. 2119. We have a 2119. That's not the right number. Oh,
Anything else, guys?
do they have this time I'm actually going to use it. I promise you. I'm setting it up. I promise.
Okay.
Do they have an ocarina?
Not at Gilmore's, but you can. You're in a mon. It's easy enough to find a music shop where you could purchase an ocarina.
Are we gonna start a band?
No.
Start a band! We got Piero. Piero's got the lute. Katana's has the salakine.
How much would that be?
I'm looking it up. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna play the spoons.
Ding 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 ding.
I thought Fike is going to be the vocalist.
No, I mean maybe I could do that.
He's the dancer.
We make a
I'm on
theremin for
percussion.
Shango, and he like electrifies and uses that.
I would
Yeah,
put
he
it on
improvised.
par with pan flute
Okay.
in cost. So it's 12 gold pieces for an ocarina, for a fine ocarina.
So what would that be?
It would be 1
In
platinum and 2 gold pieces.
You're gonna imbue it with time magic. Are you going to be give the ocarina of time?
Maybe. Maybe.
Nice.
Any other supplies from the general store or anything like that?
General store is
Toolkit.
Will, you know what I'd like to purchase?
I
If you want sandwich making supplies, Noxus, now's
don't
the time.
know. I don't know.
We actually do need
It's the
radishes.
same thing I always purchase in your games.
We need.
I would like a 12-foot pole.
A 12-foot pole. Unfortunately, They are all out of 12-foot poles, but they do happen to have a surplus of 10-foot poles.
So
Sweet.
get like okay.
That's not long
4,
enough.
5, 6,
That's what she
7,
said.
8, 9. Wait, no, wait. 1, 2,
Not in
3,
my
4, 5.
experience.
Get 6 of them, cut down the one, and attach it to the ends of all the other ones in 2-foot increments. There you go.
But then
See,
we have a
here's the
6-foot
thing.
pole.
I don't know
Non-negative
how much D&D background you guys have, but I played with the DMs who were like, "Oh, you use a 10-foot pole on that trap? Well, it shoots out a
Has a
fireball that has a 10-foot radius, so technically your hand is in it. So roll for damage." So I always get a 12-foot pole.
You can get
fireball has
a
a 13-foot
12-foot. You
radius.
can get a 12-foot pole, but it's 6 copper pieces instead of 5 copper pieces for like a.
Well, I live in nature. I can just find a 12-foot pole. I'm fine.
Exactly.
You
He
are
can
a
make
12
Say,
them.
why is
pole.
Tharn buying a stick? Like that just doesn't make any kind of sense.
Super civilization. And a stick
Who buys
princesses.
sticks?
You're a pole.
For general use,
Hey.
I need a single candle, a tent, and then 24 white roses.
You do currently have 3 2-person tents in the bag of holding, unless you need another one.
I need another one.
All right.
I need another one.
It's gonna set up
A
the
2-person
altar
tent.
area and
Is 2 gold pieces. A candle is 1 copper piece. And what was the other thing? A dozen white roses.
Yeah, 24 white roses.
2 dozen white roses. We'll call that a silver piece.
It can change. God.
I am editing the monies.
No, I got it. It's,
Oh, you got it?
That one was out of his personal funds, I believe.
Well, no. I'm editing the money that we all have spent.
The Gilmore money, yeah, the 6,000 something gold or whatever you guys just spent.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That is correct. That is that. We have 2,118 platinum pieces. We're still rich, but we're a lot less rich than we used to be.
Okay.
story of our lives.
Can't believe none of you wants to buy a cloak of displacement.
I mean, it's neat. It's a lot though.
Wait,
Could I
didn't see
technically
that. How
wear
much
a
was-
cloak?
Could you?
Could I?
Yes.
Why not?
Your character
Can wear it as a bib.
Why not? Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
you
be
wear it
able to?
around the back. It just. It's
Wear it
magical.
as a
It would
bib.
resize itself.
It's basically just a shell doily at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, sort of.
5,
Yeah, but you know.
and then we have
Wear it,
It's
wear it
magic.
as
It
a
wraps around.
banana.
But I mean, you guys are sitting on 20,000 gold pieces essentially, with your 2,000 platinum. All right.
Yeah.
I
mean-
mean, if that's there, how much is it? I didn't see that. on
9,000.
It's 9,000 gold pieces. So 900 platinum.
The cloak of
There's also
the cloak of displacement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was thinking of the cloak of.
There's also
Yeah.
a ring of feather falling for 10 grand, ring of evasion for 16, a ring of animal influence for 3,000, a ring of protection for 15,000.
Just because we have money doesn't mean we have to spend it.
right.
Hey,
Right. We're gonna find really good stuff.
do you? Just saying, I can't believe you guys don't want to buy some more stuff. But
We
anyway,
would love to, but
No.
that's a big chunk out of like what we're saving.
it's not
up. There's
that
also
big. Like
it's big
when you
considering
you
we
guys
each
think-
got like
when you guys
3,000 per
constantly
person.
convert it to platinum, it makes you think you have less money than you do.
Yeah,
Yes,
but at
we
the same
do.
time, we kinda
do.
like-
It's fine.
Said like everyone has their like piece of it, so everyone's trying to keep within their thing for the most
Just
part.
lost like everybody's.
Yeah, same.
Oh, everybody's gone.
Da-da-da! Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no, I can
DDBR.
only see me. I can only
Sorry.
see me.
Oh, there's Spike.
All right,
Oh, there's
Okay,
Cortana.
here comes everybody.
Working on it.
everybody good or?
I only
I
see.
probably gonna have to redo the page or whatever.
Yeah, there we
like
go.
that.
Slowly getting people in. Roll 20. What the fuck?
All right.
All right.
Any last? There's also the magical ammunition that you guys can purchase.
We got that on.
Pretty cool.
On
Yeah, we have that on sale.
sales back.
Yeah.
Arrows. those
Would
are about
Cortanas be able to
$2.
make arrows like if we get wood along the way because she's got the wood carving tools?
Are you proficient? You're proficient with carpenter's tools?
It was wood carving.
With wood carving tools?
Mm-hmm.
Then I would say yes, you could fletch arrows if you had the materials.
Mm-hmm.
Being wood and steel, and I'm assuming you're making steel arrowheads, and access to feathers, which is obviously not that hard to get
the steel
access
part
to.
would probably be hardest.
Why isn't there an Aarakocra in the party? Infinite feathers.
Infinite feathers.
feathers.
Well,
Those would be really big for an arrow.
well, that's why you cut them down. But anyway, if there's nothing else for anybody,
someone needs to tell me what we have, like what we are, who's getting what is really what I'm asking.
What we just bought?
Correct.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like
so
for the
we
health
bought-
potions, really.
Oh, how did you distribute the health potions?
Yeah, we're distributing the health potions.
I'm
I'm pretty sure I know who got what. I'm just putting it in at the moment.
I don't believe you guys decided who got
No, we
what on
didn't.
the potions.
Not in the potions here. If Nox is taking one.
Please and thank you. Which one would you let me have? Is the question.
Whichever you want.
I have none, so I would really like the superior if I could have it.
You have the superior.
Thank you.
Katanas is getting one of the greater because she currently doesn't have one, and then the second great.
Should go to somebody who doesn't have a greater, because Bureau and Sao and Fyke have one. So I think Tharn should get it.
Yeah.
Tharn,
I
don't
have
you
2 greater healing potions.
He has 2.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So it goes to me then.
Why don't you trade
Shango can have it.
All right, done.
Alrighty, there you go.
Honest and Shango.
One greater healing. Okay.
So I have in here the alarm spell scroll, the goggles of night, the 300 gold worth of diamonds, the mithril half plate, the 2 extra healing potions for the greater, the 1 superior, the alarm spell scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything I am missing, guys?
The alchemy jug.
Thank you.
You got the alchemy jug.
I mean, Grataz can hold on to it, but it's basically for
Yeah.
everybody.
So you're taking off your adamantine breastplate, Noxus, and putting on your mithril half plate.
That is correct.
Alrighty.
And I am giving it to Sao.
All right, Sao has a
Second.
adamantine breastplate.
I'm going to put it over my other one. I'm just kidding.
Doubled my AC instantly. D&D hacks.
Yeah, nope.
D&D hacks.
People wear too many shirts. They're trying to do the challenge.
I can get rid of that because we don't have that anymore.
Nope.
I've got Kevlar, and then I've got Kevlar. Shoot through this.
Can do you better. I strap a rope around it and use it as a shield.
As a shield.
Nope.
Breastplate shield.
Okay, we are good.
Cool.
Well, we'll just hold on to it for now. I'm sure we'll find a use for it.
Yeah, we just got to find a what's it called? Why can't I save this?
Masterwork.
An armor, a blacksmith.
Yeah,
Maybe
just find a
Shango
blacksmith.
can enchant it later.
Yes.
Why can't I save?
Like a masterwork blacksmith.
If you want to find a blacksmith in Oman to have him convert the other breastplate into the rest of the pieces you would need to turn your breastplate into half plate, then you could do that.
Sweet. But I don't think we have time right now.
No, but you could leave it with him and come back and get it. It's up to you, but
Nope, that didn't save. There it is. There's the save change.
so do you want to do that? while you guys are out this morning? You can leave it with someone, come back and get it.
We're coming back.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. So we're not talking about the one I'm wearing. And
No.
No.
We're talking about
okay,
the
yeah,
one.
that's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, yeah, I'll do that.
No, you would keep your one you're wearing. You would give them the one that Knox just gave you, and they would melt that down and then convert it into the forearm like greaves and shin protecting. What are those called down there? Those pauldrons? Not pauldrons. Those are on the shoulder. The ones that go on your shins, like shin guards.
Grease.
Yeah, Greaves.
Greaves, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, and they would convert it into essentially like forearm bracers, greaves for your shins. It's then making you have half plate instead of full plate, or instead of a breastplate. So that would cost you, because you're providing materials.
Oh yeah, my water. Oh, I don't need water.
375 gold.
Done.
And it will take them 3 days.
Mark that down, Sao, in the bag of holding, please.
All right.
This may still be the fastest time we've spent in a shop.
Oh my
I'm
god!
trying to
Still
increase
took
the
us like an hour.
time at shops, as I know it's kind of can bog down the game, and we like to get into the more fun stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is probably this
Yeah.
is the best we've
So
got.
that was 325. It'll be done in 3 days. Any other speak now or forever hold your peace shopping?
I am good.
Alrighty.
And I am warm.
As you guys are coming out of Gilmore's, Biero, you hear a voice behind you call out your name as you guys step out into Abadar's promenade, into the courtyard. You hear from behind you say, you hear someone in a female voice says, "Is that you, Biero? Biero Brevin, as I live and breathe."
I turn and look around.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Not a very hard one.
Can you find the
Rolls
person that just
one.
called you out?
14. Yeah. From not that far across the cobblestone street, you see a stout female dwarf with tan, almost caramel skin, with dark brown or a light brown reddish hair that's braided and filled with these gold clasps that go around the braids that are in this impressive updo. She has wears royal blue robes trimmed with gold filigree, and has a tight what looks to be mithril breastplate. And you recognize her instantly as Terra. Terra Thunderbrand.
Okay. Tara from the Thunderbrands, correct?
Ah, so you remember me then.
It's hard to forget such a sight.
How have you been?
It's been quite an adventure over the last several months. I hope your family got my message.
We did. I appreciate your diligence in the matter. I was elsewhere representing my family.
Do
I haven't seen you
Terra
since
Thunderbrand?
that. I'm sorry. What was that?
Do I recognize the name Terra Thunderbrand?
No.
Okay.
I haven't seen you since that business in the south.
That took a lot out of me. it took me a while to get back on my feet. How have you been?
Well, I understand what you mean. It took me a little bit of time to get over what we lost down there. But my family has they sent me over to New Draconia to help with the negotiations and represent Craghammer over there.
Ah, I imagine you'd be quite skilled and useful there. How are things going?
Not well, to be frank. The factions are at odds, and talks have broken down, to be quite honest.
Is there...
Hence my not being there anymore. Craghammer pulled me out as they did not see a path forward, or a way that we could help, anyway.
I see. Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't know if you have a special formula for getting a once oppressed people to accept their former oppressors, then maybe you can.
I'm fresh out of that, but if there's something I can do, I owe you a debt.
Oh, you don't owe me nothing. You paid for that and then some with your help to my family down in the Underdark.
Well, that was my pleasure. What brings you to Amon?
Well, I came to represent the houses of Craghammer at the God's Brawl events. I meant to say it was not a bad showing you had there, boy.
That first round was... I enjoyed it. The second was somewhat less spectacular.
Hey, I thought you were awfully impressive, and won me not a small bit of winnings from betting on you.
Well, I'm glad I was able to at least help you in that way. Will you be in town for long?
A few more days before I head back to Craghammer.
Well, we are probably going to be leaving for at least a few days, but certainly if there's anything I can do for you, or if you're going to be around when I get back, I would certainly like to catch up.
Absolutely. If I'm gone before you get back from whatever it is you're off to do, you can find me in Craghammer. If I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to swing by at some point.
I am.
I'll be at my family's house doing some research. I have some
That is
ideas.
interesting. I'm sure that your research, I know you're quite skilled. I'm sure your research must be quite interesting. Do you mind if I ask the topic?
Well, certainly. I have been trying to come up with a way to, let me put it this way, make the kind of missions that we had to run down in the south no longer necessary.
Really?
See if there's a way I can get some divination magic to pierce past the protections that they've been using up there or down there.
I see. Have you, did you happen to be here on your research as well? Is it, are you getting aid from Amon?
Nothing slips past you, does it, boyo? I may have stopped at the Lyceum to seek some of the headmaster's aid. Aye.
Well, if there's, I'm quite interested to learn more. Certainly, if we can limit the need for missions like that in the future, then I think that'll be a great victory in itself.
We shall see. I just hope my efforts are fruitful. I'd love to be able to I know it's probably low odds, but it'd be nice to be sure about who.
Yeah. I hope things turned out better than I feared.
Well, hopefully, I think I'm on a breakthrough, so when you come find me in Craghammer, I might have news for you.
I will certainly do that.
Good to see you.
You too, Tara. And
It's been too long.
I'll reach out to offer to shake her hand.
She looks at it and just kind of goes in and gives you a little hug.
I'll return it and pat her on the back. And so just kind of say again, it's truly good to see you.
Aye, she says, as she kind of holds the hug for a second, then steps back and says, "Well, I'm expected at the Lyceum," and she turns and kind of waves as she walks off.
I wave back and then turn to follow the group.
The rest of the group is probably watching for the most
Awkwardly
part.
standing
I love
around.
Yeah.
Missions in the south.
You can see her now in the NPCs. Tara.
An old acquaintance of yours, Spiro.
Yeah, she's a good one. Skilled wizard. And good to have with you in a pinch.
Might I ask about these missions in the south you were speaking of?
You certainly may. And then I continue walking.
I should still expect it.
Nice.
Hi.
Nice.
With everybody gathered out front, I say, so, are there any more bits and bobs that you need to purchase? Any other tasks that need to be done before we can finally get on our way?
Yeah, there is one more thing I got to do. I actually have to go to Draconia, the new Draconia, before we go to the Bullet. So we're just gonna have
Just
to
looks
remember
at
that.
Nox as confused.
What? That's ridiculous. It's the other side of the planet. There's no time for this thing.
Well, it's
We would have to-
destiny, my man. It's destiny. It's in this book. It says I gotta go. I gotta go.
Patience you preached yourself, did you not?
I'm just messing with you, Thorn. We can go.
Oh,
Well, that's hardly a funny joke.
It was funny to me. I don't know about you guys.
Rather amusing, I think it is.
So, is there anything else that we must do?
we should wait for
Fike's
Fike.
not there.
Yes.
we agreed
need us to wait for
meet back
for
at
the father.
keep.
In 3 hours, we wasted
Yeah.
one.
He didn't go shopping, I don't believe, right? You had to go do your own thing, Fike?
Yeah, I was going to go do my own thing.
All right. So while you guys start heading back to the keep or to the embassy to meet back up with Fike, what are you up to?
Before I leave, I changed the cloak of many fashions, so I'm in an all black garb. My makeup is not done, and I just go buy these little bits and bobs, and I make my way towards the graveyard district.
Alrighty, you find yourself to the graveyard district. The endless, not endless, but vast tombs and graveyards of Amon. The district having to have been expanded after the attack from the Conclave. There is a small section with a memorial to those lost in the attack of the Conclave.
I'm just going to pass all the headstones and just give it a once over. I'm going to try to find Deidre's headstone.
You remember where it is. You find it without too much of an issue.
Is it cleaned off? Does it look like anyone's made any, laid any flowers or anything recently or ever?
As a matter of fact, there is a fairly fresh. There are some potted mountain flowers called snowdrops that are planted there, and you can see there's a little little inscription that says paid for by the Artisans Guild of Oman. She was a member of the,
So,
so it looks like it's paid to. It looks like it's being taken care of based on her connections.
well, I'll lay down the 2 dozen flowers and I'll find a little spot for the candle and light it, and I'll just sit there in silence for probably about a good 10 or 15 minutes. I just start to speak out in the open. I go, it's Ventus. I know I haven't been by in a while. I'm sorry for that. I got wrapped up on new friends and all that, and they've been taking care of me. And I got engaged. That's a joke. It's one of the members. He's very charming, but he's also a little dim. He doesn't understand what gestures mean, but he's good. I found a bunch of good people, like you said, and they're keeping me pretty honest for most of the time. And there's not a day goes by I don't think about you. I miss you a lot. And I'm working on the only thing I think is gonna make this a little bit right. But I'm trying to make you proud, and if you're up there, I hope you are. And I kind of just rest my head against the headstone for probably another 10, 15 minutes. And then I
As you do, the fairly overcast day, there's a small break in the clouds, and almost as if there's almost as if a spotlight were to point down at the gravestone, and on yourself there is a small area of light that breaks through the clouds and gently warms the area that you're in as you sit there. And as the light hits the what looked for the most part as a dull headstone, the light hitting it starts to play off of some of the more refractive pieces in the granite stonework, and it begins to sparkle and give a little bit more of a warm atmosphere,
Yeah.
as much as can be in a graveyard.
Right. And let's go. And I haven't stopped putting what you taught me to good use. And I pull out of my bag the 15 DC lock that I made. And I go, so I'm just gonna leave this here. And I just take my thumb and I just push it into the dirt. And wiggle it a little bit, and I'll just plant the key, probably like a inch or two down.
Which key?
Just the key for that lock in particular.
Okay.
And just dirt over it, and then just go. I miss you, and then I'll just get myself up. And then once I leave the graveyard district, I go back to the full garb of being, the smiley boy, and I'll just gingerly make my way off back to the keep. and hopefully make it before everybody there, so nobody sees me without my makeup, and I put all my makeup on.
Okay. I'll say that what you were doing definitely took less time than their shopping, based on history.
Based on
And,
everything we've said and done ever.
yeah. So around midday, you guys all find yourselves in the courtyard of Gray Skull Embassy. Fike, as you were out there waiting for your party to return.
Into
Glad
the
everybody's
courtyard.
back.
Yes, you're all at the
On the-
courtyard at Gray Skull Embassy.
Yeah, so heading back into the courtyard, I turn over to.
Turn over to who?
You cut out.
Cortanas.
Okay.
Suddenly remembering, like, ooh, Pernell, I figured it out, and I hold out my hand. Come, will you?
You cut out again. Sorry. It's very.
I turn over, and I say, ooh, I figured it out. For me, will you? And I hold out my hand towards you.
All right. Figured what out?
Do you take that?
Yeah. That part cut out again.
Okay.
You've been very
Okay.
cutting out. Sorry.
Damn it!
Yeah, you take his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, and as soon as you take the hand, you feel this like electric tingling sensation over you, and your vision goes like slightly blue, and you're feeling this push forward, like everything you see is just rushing at you, and now Art pushing us 30 feet off the wall, so everyone who's around sees the two of us getting encased in lightning, straight lightning stream up, whoop, and we reappear a second standing on top of the wall.
Huh.
The Stormbreaker, Eustace. You were there, were you? I don't remember.
She was not.
Anyways, the
Wait, so we
Stormbreaker showed me the way.
So wait, so it was basically like a lightning teleport type thing?
Yeah.
It's essentially works like Thunderclap, not Thunderclap.
Thunderstep?
Thank you, Thunderstep.
Incredible.
And he was just like dibbling from one foot to the other, super excited, like a little kid in the candy store, like, yeah, I did it.
Most amazing.
Isn't it?
It should be most useful and wonderful. I am. Congratulations.
Thank you, most certainly. And now cast it again and the top of the wall.
All right. You watch as they shrink into these this just pure electrical energy. A bolt streaks down from where they're standing to the ground, and they reappear in this small patch of scorched grass.
Just immediately like puts down some of the hair that's sticking up probably a little
Yeah,
bit.
you totally got that effect with your hair when you like touch that
safe.
static electric ball and your hair stands up.
A little bit of water. Put that down.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yes, quite wonderful. Lovely. Now,
Indeed, isn't
shall
it?
we go?
I don't
Certainly.
believe so. Does anyone else need anything before we leave?
But aren't they still at the top of the tower?
No, they teleported back down.
Oh, gotcha.
There's two scorch marks, just one on top, one on the bottom.
Yep.
Like there was a ladder right there, Shango. You could have just could have saved a spell slot. Just
Totally necessary it was.
I am good. I
Yes.
can,
It's always good to practice.
All
yeah,
packed up and ready, I believe we are.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah. Then I believe.
No, I need to grab one more thing. It's inside, Thom. Don't worry. And I run up into the alchemy laboratory, whatever it was. And I grab the box and the scroll case that Shango put with it, so it didn't look so suspicious. And I and I go, almost fucked that up. And I start back downstairs.
Yeah, you run back down. So like 30 seconds later, 30 seconds to a minute later, Tharn, he's back holding a scroll case in a box. A very fancy looking box.
That's a very fancy looking box.
No, it's not. And I put it in my bag. Nope. Oh, Shango.
So fine, see if I ever pay you a compliment again, Mr. Fancy Box.
That was
That was his nickname in high school.
that was my name in secondary school. Yes.
This is now the third time you've given me inspiration for saying something funny, and I still haven't used any of them.
Well, they go away at the end of the sessions.
I know. I know.
And I give
I'm familiar with
give
that.
Shango his fancy scroll case back.
Thank you, Father.
That is all. I believe we aren't ready, Master Thorn.
Indeed.
All right. I pull out the
writing
pouch with the residuum, and I kind of like filter through it. I'm like, not sure why this would be necessary, but all right. I just toss it in the air, and I yell a word, and all of a sudden, we're gone.
Yes. As you guys all feel a sucking sound.
Yeah.
As your vision just kind of for a second. Now, Tharn, your little shrine that you set up at your riverbank shrine to Melora that you set up back at the southern tip of the Othendon Pass is where you put your point of connection for your Word of Recall spell.
Well, I would have set up a temporary shrine to the Wild Mother,
Exactly.
Probably at the in the Giants' camp, because I knew I was going back there.
Well, the way it's not that far from the Giants' camp, but it has to be like it's, a place in nature that you kind of went off to that you're familiar with. That you've spent a lot of time in these rivers that shoot off of that one main river that come off here, and there's a special spot where the presence of the Wild Mother feels a little bit stronger, and you set up a small like rock, like a pile of like you go like hiking, and there'll be like those people take like random rocks and pile them on top of each other, and they're all
like a little whittle, like I whittled a little wooden statue of the Wild Mother or something.
Exactly. And you all suddenly appear on the sandy bank of a not terribly fast-moving or deep river, but it has you can hear it kind of babbling and not quite rushing, but like moving, streaming next to you. There are several, large rock outcroppings that as the earth kind of rises up around all of you, coming like up from, rising from the level of the river. There are several bushes around. As you look around, you also see several large figures around you.
Will you be writing aura up? No need there appears to be.
Darn, what's the plan here?
As you all look around, you can see several individuals kind of noticing you for the first time as well. A few of them are down on their hands and knees, pulling, like they were pulling water up from the river. A couple of them are laying on the grass, leaned up against rocks or trees. They're fairly large. They have, and the oddest thing you notice about them is they all appear to have two heads. As they
fairly large, is it? Feet,
as in like
giant?
12, 14 feet
12, okay.
tall. As they all look at you and does any of you speak giant?
Nope.
I do.
Tharn, you hear someone say, "Who are they?" A response that comes, "Don't know where'd they come from." Another one says, "Who cares? I'm hungry." And I would like all of you to roll initiative.
I think.
Hey,
Well, certainly unexpected. This is.
Well,
Yes, it is.
Well,
So hey,
Darn.
Bill, since I gave back the ring of spell storing,
Yes.
I was going to attune to back to my shield. I would have done this after the fight.
Okay.
Is that fine with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Ooh, that was a good initiative roll.
22 buddies. High five.
Tharn.
By the way, how smooth is that transition from the word of recall? Is that like is it the equivalent of a teleport spell, or is that more turbulent?
It's like a teleport spell. It's more like it's kind of like
It's instantaneous transmission.
yeah, it's instantaneous. It's like in the Matrix
He
when
really
they hold
is
the phone
Master
up to them.
Roshi.
Yeah,
So we only soiled
kinda like-
ourselves a little bit.
blink out and then reappear.
Thomas says, you saw that one after 2 of them right before.
This small pile of rocks here was the shrine, the little shrine that you built, Tharn, to the Wild Mother. In this location, so long as you are within 30 feet of those rocks, Tharn, you have the blessing of the Wild Mother upon you, and it is as if you are under the effects of the bless spell.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just Tharn that is though, right?
Just Tharn that, or any other
Gotcha.
followers of the Wild Mother.
Oh, hey.
Cortez.
Yeah. I totally love the Wild Mother, by the way. I don't know if I've mentioned
I mean,
that.
does service count as... I guess she's a follower, but... She's working for her, but...
You're working for her. I don't know if I don't know that you would be considered a devout follower as of yet.
Yeah, not yet. So yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that... No.
Maybe if you take some levels in Paladin or something, we'll see.
I can't. I literally can't.
I know you can't. But
Good
anyway,
old times.
let's see.
I
here.
digress. I digress.
Yeah, I digress.
So just Tharn then. I feel like Tharn's the only devout one here.
Devout to
The most devout
Melora.
one.
Yeah, devout to Melora.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Or is he?
Da-da-da.
He is actually Melora.
But what if Melora is looking at
Fike,
him like
you have
you're
a
doing it all
plus
wrong?
4 dex, right? Fike?
I got a +9 from Swashbuckler. 'cause I
No,
get
but
that
your
in my
dex.
first-
Dex.
Yes, is plus. No, my dex is maxed.
Plus
You're
5.
both plus 5. You're both the 20 dex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I think
all right,
Fike
well,
wins because of the swashbuckler.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
I'm so handsome. I go first. Why don't you understand about this?
Where
That's how. This
where did your little flavor text go?
Bill told me to knock it off.
Aww.
Like, oh, I can fix this, and I'm like, no, I don't get any. I can't say anything shitty to Biro when you do that. He's like, what you gonna? And taunting the DM is how I got killed. So
You didn't get killed.
Yeah,
Yes.
Fike is still alive. Oh, it's the
I know.
previous character.
I just did the DM.
He died.
That's why I'm
He
going
died
to die
inside.
now.
All right, Cortanus, as you appear surrounded by what you recognize to be Ettins, they all appear to be loafing around. Several of them, the ones on the riverbank here, were down on their hands and knees, like drinking out of the river. They look as they had no idea that you were about to appear.
Sounds about right.
Couple of the others that were up here on this bank, the bank below you, were like lounging in the grass in the sun, just loving life. As you kind of appear here.
Huh. I'm just like keeping an eye on that. Well, didn't Fike go first? Doesn't Fike go first?
You or Fike, I don't care. Either or.
Go ahead, Cortanus. Do your
Alright.
thing.
This is basically just like immediately seeing that, just kind of
There's
gets
one,
over
huh?
here
And you
on the other
don't
side of
speak
Shango
giant,
between
right?
them and. Huh?
You don't speak giant,
No.
right? So you do not know that they referred to you as food.
Yeah, no idea, but just in case.
Yeah.
Going to the other side, get between them and Shango, and then look over. Master Thorn, is this a situation we should be worried about?
You can respond, Tharn.
I start yelling, "You're not supposed to be here! Get! Shoo! Shoo! The whole bunch of you!"
I'm saying it like in giant or in common?
Probably in giant. But I'm like gesticulating, like, go!
Yeah.
Guess from the body language?
Yeah.
I shall
Yeah,
take
Cordalis,
that
I
as
think that's a
a
bad
yes. And yeah, she's gonna just immediately
Moving through the water is difficult terrain.
yeah. So let's see, that was 5, 10.
I would know that whether Ettins run with the
You would know, and no, they don't.
yeah.
As a matter of fact, the
Yeah.
Ettins are like the hyenas to the stone giants' lions from the Lion King.
Yes.
Ah.
And saying that, she's just gonna pull out her blades and just kind of take a stance here and hold an action if they come this
So
way.
if someone
she's
comes
gonna,
near
yep.
you, you're gonna attack.
Attack.
All right. Fike, kind of standing in your in the water up to your knees.
I feel sick. All right. I pull a scimitar and I just go, all right, cool. There's things we got to kill, right? There's no talking this out of this. Cool. All right. I'm going to run up this one.
All right.
I'm going to use my bonus action to dash to get
Okay.
45 feet.
Yep.
And then I'm going to give him 2 attacks.
Alrighty. Make your attack rolls. Both hit. And one of them gets sneak attack.
Oh shit.
So that's 22 plus 7 is 29 points of damage. You hear as you run up and shing shing 2 big slashes out of it as it's kind of like standing up from its lounging position. You hear it cry out. Roar! Oh, that's what I'm doing. Was it 29? I said right? Yeah.
29.
29.
Somebody remind me to charge my ring tonight.
Charge your ring. Charge your ring.
No, tonight.
That return, Seao.
Well, shit. So now we're fighting.
It appears that way.
Oh, let me see here. Probably not a good idea. But,
It's my favorite cookie.
oh, that's difficult terrain.
Yeah, you could just get to him though, even with the difficult terrain.
Alright, I guess I'll get to him and start
You could
attacking.
get to either one of these 2 spots.
Okay, I'll get over there and I guess start attacking to try and scare him off.
Which one?
Oh, that one.
Move your guy. There you go. So you come splashing through the river as you take out your hammer and your battle axe. Come running up towards this Ettin as he's kind of getting up from drinking out of the river and kind of surprised him as well. Go ahead and make your attacks. $21 hits, 19 hits, and a 24 also hits. So that's 28, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I'll stay there.
Yeah, so you come running up. The two heads both kind of scream out in pain in a language you don't understand. Mostly a lot of foul language, Tharn. Making references, not so flattering references to his mother, things of that nature. That ends your turn, Sayao. That brings us to the Ettins. Alrighty. This one. Yeah. This one's going to run down here. This one's going to run right here.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna take a swing.
Which one?
One closest to Shingo.
All right. So the one on your left.
Yes.
So you can make 2 attacks.
Boom.
And
with fire.
so 27 and 30 both hit, obviously.
Just
So
spins
that's-
like half sideways, just slashes across it like both in parallel.
27, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So yeah, as you come up, you just whooshing, 2 quick slashes into its thigh as it starts to, they both rear up with their weapons. They are going to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
First, the one that you just hit. That is a 20 to hit for the battle axe, and same thing again, another 20 to hit for the Morning Star. So that's 14 points of slashing damage from the first strike, and 9 points of piercing damage from the second strike, as he smashes these stone and wood and rock and like random sharp metal. It looks like the guy took like part of like a wrought iron fence and wrapped it around a tree, a small tree trunk to make a Morning Star.
I shall be using the vinegar later.
Yeah, the other one is going to swing at you as well. That's wow, same thing, 3 rolls in a row with 13. So that's another 20 to hit,
Mm-hmm.
and then a 19 to hit.
That still hits. That just makes it.
All right, so that's 13 points of slashing damage, and another 18 points of piercing damage.
Wait, sorry. So 18 piercing, and what was the other one?
13 slashing,
Okay.
I believe.
Got
Sayao, that one that you laid into is going to try and lay into you.
Okay.
That is a 24 to hit.
Yo.
And a 21 to hit.
Yep.
You take 10 points of slashing damage and 11 points of piercing damage as he smashes you with his 2 shoddily made weapons.
Right.
This one up here is going to unload on you, Fike.
Feel free.
That is a 16 to hit.
Miss.
And a natural 1. As he just takes hits the ground as you duck out of the way, and these little explosions of dirt come flying up in the air as he leaves like these little tiny craters in the ground where his weapons hit. He's like, yeah, he's like, stay still. This one over here is going to move to there. and he's gonna swing on you, Nox. But that is really bad. That's a 9 to hit.
Nope.
It's cocked.
I'm an idiot. Ugh.
Your half plate came in handy.
Sao, remember, we have 3 attacks now.
Oh, I thought you knew that, man.
He said make 1 more attack, so yeah, I forgot 3.
And 22 to hit on the second one.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure hits. So you take 15 points of piercing damage as he smacks you with his Morning Star. And this one is going to run over to here, and he's going to drop both of its weapons, and it leans down and picks up a boulder with both hands over his head, and he's going to throw it at... He's going to throw it at Sao. That is a 22 to hit.
Oh, catch it and throw it back.
Will you?
You're a monk now?
Oh,
monk
will
now?
you?
That is
When is
small.
he not a monk?
That is small ammunition.
13.
I
You
have
make
a plus
18 points of bludgeoning damage as this basketball-sized rock smashes into the size of you. This one
This is fine.
is going to run over to here, pick up a boulder over its head, and throw it at you, Biero.
No, thank you.
I would like to say no. Can I cast
It's a-
no?
20 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
28 points of bludgeoning damage. Rolled really well there on the damage. As a rock slams into your side, almost knocking you over, kind of knocking the wind out of you. That brings an end to the end's turn. Noxus, you're up.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is a good idea. It's a great idea. All right.
That's what you're doing.
I'm going to take the attack of opportunity, and I'm going to move back here.
Okay. It's a 17 to hit.
No, because I have an 18 now.
Hey!
Hey!
Money well worth.
There you go. So it just he swings his giant battle axe at you, which looks like a small tree trunk that had like a big stone axe head stuck down the middle, and it just shing streaks off the back of your new half plate armor.
Just bought it and already scratched.
Oh, that was close.
Not even a scuff mark.
Still shiny? Still shiny? Yeah,
Still brand shiny new. That mithril is good stuff.
Okay. I will then put my hand on Shango and Bureau. Am I able to do that?
Shango and Biero?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will cast Fly on the 3 of us. I wish I could do 4. Can't.
Well, as you put your hands out and touch Shango and Biero, you whisper a prayer to Bahamut, and you watch as these golden spectral dragon wings burst out from the radiant dragon wings, burst out from the shoulder blades of Biero, Nox, and Shango.
Badass.
And I'll look at Shango and be like, so for an Eridashari, you better now learn how to fly fast. And then I will take off into the air. Like
Certainly.
10 feet in the air, or ever how high up here is.
So you're like even, you mean, with the ground?
Well,
yeah, it's like 10, 15.
Okay. Well, I want to
12 feet.
So basically what I want to do
it's
is
a gradual incline at most parts. There are some like sheer spots, but yeah.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to have my reach with this guy, and I want Yeah, I want to be 10 feet away from him, and I want to be like over in front of here. Can I do that or no?
Well, you've got like, you were right. You got like 20 feet of movement left because you started your movement before you cast fly, so you don't then get the extra.
So then
60
I
feet of movement.
will.
So you can still fly, but you can fly about 20 feet.
And I am about 10, 15 feet in the air,
No,
you said?
no, that's from standing. You have 20 feet of movement.
Then I will fly 20 feet up directly in the air.
All right, so you fly 20 feet straight up in the air. You are looking down at everything, including the guys high up on the bank.
Are the how tall are the Ettins? Am I taller than them right now?
Yes, you're taller than them right now. They, on average, to be about, 12 to 15 feet tall
Okay.
from
All right.
head to toe.
And I believe that is my turn as of right now.
That is your turn. Shango, you have a fly speed of 60 feet.
Use
Sweet.
it! Fly, you fool! Fly!
I look up at Nox and just say, certainly. And I will. Let's see, what do I want to do? Let me check a distance real quick. I think they were good. All right, I will like sort of fall backwards, but only lay like halfway, so I'm laying horizontal in the air with my fly speed.
Mm-hmm.
Start moving over, just staying on a level.
Mm-hmm.
Pull out the White Man's Rod, and like bounce it against my chest and cast the 3rd level Bane that was still stored in it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
3rd level Bane.
Yep. On the 5 guys around me. So
Let's
this guy.
go.
This is
That's
probably easier.
charisma saves, right?
He's,
Fuck
They
off.
must have really good charisma.
Is that charisma save, if I'm not mistaken?
yes, charisma save.
That's because we
And this is
don't-
a DC 15 because it's a cleric spell.
Okay, DC 15.
Yep.
So that's all right. So that's a fail on the first guy, fail on the second guy, fail on the third guy, fail on the fourth guy, and what was the DC 15?
15.
Just succeeds for the last guy because he rolled a 16 minus 1. So
Ooh. All right, so all but the last guy.
yeah, so they all are
They-
baned. So I'm gonna put this little symbol on them to show that
Wait,
they are baned.
they had a negative 1 to charisma. That is crazy. No, like
So
this
those
is actually John. Like John. Like wow, that's pretty crazy.
That's as charismatic as Cortana.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that
I thought they would have less charisma.
we're apparently siblings, so that's
Yeah.
how it goes.
So you smack your chest with the with White Mane's rod,
rod.
and this bolts of electricity shoot out from you in 5 different directions as they like give like this like that dog collar shock to the to those to 4 of those guys. Then it seems to distract them enough that they're like, they have their minus D4 on all their stuff.
Yeah. And they've shown aggression to us before they Seo and Fike, right?
I'm sorry, they showed aggression to you before what?
Before they got hit from Fike first. Like
Well, I
basically,
mean, yeah, they like
Only Tharn really knows because they were
Old
speaking in
Farn
giant.
really knows that they referred to you as food, but those two charged. Like Fike ran up and slashed one up pretty good, and then the other ones charged and started beating the shit out of your friends.
okay. So,
Like trying
yeah.
to kill them.
Okay. I'm trying to like figure out if I see us or them as the aggressor, kind of.
We did just
So-
fight
Make a,
for them in the Coliseum.
make a
a
perception
second ago.
check for me so I can tell how much you saw. Like, because it all happened kind of fast. Like, you guys appeared out of thin air.
Yeah, we appeared and we're like,
Yeah.
shit
Yeah,
happened.
it's all you know is you're in a fight. Like, you
Yeah.
couldn't really tell. You didn't get a good
You
enough
might have
look
heard
around.
Cortanus ask Tharn what the situation was, and then Tharn just going
Yeah.
shoo 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 shoo.
Yeah, you just
Okay.
you weren't able to
so okay.
gather enough information from just appearing. Like your vision went from white, like blank white, to to holy shit, I'm standing on this riverbank and there's these giant two-headed things around me and they're charging at me now. Oh my god, what's going on?
Okay, so I'm gonna just then go 30 feet straight up into the air from where I am,
Okay.
doing a couple rotations as I go up.
Corkscrews.
Yes, corkscrew up, look all fancy.
Do a barrel roll.
And
Just don't have a shot glass in your pocket. That ends poorly. I've seen things.
Wait, what?
I've seen shit at cons.
And then that's my turn.
All right. Biero, and then last but certainly not least, Tharn would be after Biero. That huge -2 dex.
I am going to drop a synaptic static kind of back here-ish, like in a way that'll hit
Those two guys.
the 3.
What's the radius on it?
20-foot radius.
20-foot radius. Here, let's do this. Control C, Control V. Let's go like that, and we'll call synaptic static kind of that color, and we'll hit save changes, and then
Bam.
we'll go like that.
Oh, that was
and-
cool.
Oh,
And there you go, and you can control it and place it wherever you'd like.
That's good damage right there, dude.
Right about there.
hey.
Right about there. All
Nice.
right. So, what does it look like when you cast this? Is there like a visual thing, or is it just all invisible and it's in their heads?
It's I'd say it's like a almost kind of like a firework, right? Like so it's like a bolt of like maybe pink or lavender energy that goes to that spot, and then all of a sudden it kind of bursts out into a radius
Okay.
of sparks.
Nice. All right, so I have to make saves, and they all have a -D4 on their save, correct?
Yep.
Shango? Shango?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
And
D4
and what
saving
kind of
throws
save is
and
it?
attack rolls.
Wisdom? Intelligence. save.
Intelligence.
Hey, because if there's something that they're worse at than charisma, it's intelligence.
Minus 50.
It's actually they have a 6 intelligence.
Also, they're just as smart as Grog.
They are about the same intelligence. Yeah, they have a negative.
Well,
2.
hang on.
Um,
Grog is now smart because he can read.
Well, Grog might be a little
Oh.
bit smarter than them. I think Grog ended with a 7 intelligence.
Let's go, Grog.
So anyway, the first guy
All your
fails
dreams.
really poorly. Second guy also fails. Third guy also fails. So all 3 of them fail. They each take 22 points of damage.
And
fuck
they
those three in
also each
particular.
have a -D6 to their attack rolls.
Yeah.
So -D4, -D6. Can we get the disadvantage?
I mean, to be fair, if at least those two attack anyone else, they do have disadvantage.
Here we go.
I'm
Gotcha.
going to put him over here for the moment in case we
Sure.
need him again. All right, so the static goes off as they're all like those 3 guys in particular are just like grabbing their head like, what's wrong with me?
What are those?
There's my head.
Yeah, the 2 heads are turning to each other like, what are you doing? This isn't me.
It's you. No, it's you.
Having an existential
Anything else,
crisis.
Piero?
Yeah, I will fly up about 20 feet. Not
Straight
30
up?
feet. Yeah, 30 feet straight up. And then I will look down at Tharn and say, I really hope you have a plan here. I'm sure it seems like you're bailiwick, and throw him an inspiration.
Alrighty, so you have a D10 inspiration, Tharn.
Oh,
and-
All right.
I believe that's the end of your turn, Bureau.
Yep.
Tharn, it is now your turn.
Hey!
We got
If
here.
I've
We
told
finally got
you fools once, I've told you a dozen times. Don't come around here. You poop in the middle of my river. You just screaming at them in giant.
Yes.
I have no idea what the fuck he's saying.
So I'm going to reach out and I could probably catch both of them with a 10-foot radius, right? Both of these guys.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't get a third one into a 10-foot. That 20-foot radius looked fucking gigantic, but no, probably just 2.
Let's see real quick.
Okay.
Fuck those two.
You could. Nope. You could only get 2 of them.
That's what I figured.
It depends on which 2 you want to get.
Yeah, I'll get these 2, and I'll reach towards them and make a fist and pull straight down, and flame strike will come down.
Oh shit!
Hey!
Flame
Fuck
strike
off!
comes down.
I was thinking about using that, Tharn, and I was like, I don't know if that's a smart idea. We're all bunched up.
Fail for the first guy, and is mine a D6 on their saving throws as well, Bureau?
No, just attack rolls and concentration checks.
What's the DC? 17. Yes, because of the Bane, the other one.
You gotta
Hashtag
roll
bait.
another 4d6.
Yeah,
Oh, why did it only roll 4d6?
I don't know.
Well, one's fire, one's radiant.
Yeah.
So you might have not put it in the equation thing right.
It's just whatever the thing did. So
19
bad
points
damage.
of fire and radiant damage. It's actually pretty bad damage.
yeah, no, that was fucking garbage.
Aw.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's too bad, pal.
I realized
That's
it's
rough, buddy.
4d6, and it's like, wait, that's a 5th level spell?
That would be below average.
Yeah. There. Alrighty. Oh no, wait, that guy didn't get hurt. I don't know why I was.
Oh, it's
All right. So you watch as a column of divine light and fire just bursts out of the ground as the water around them begins to like bubble first and like steam, and then this column of fire and light shoots up out of the sky as those two look, especially the one on the left of you, Cortanis, looks pretty rough.
Mhm.
And then
Those two in particular are starting to look like maybe we bit off a little more than we could chew here.
Oh, they have no fucking idea.
Fuck those Ettins in particular,
Yeah, right.
obviously.
That's your action, Tharn.
And then as a bonus action, I am going to move towards him with my movement speed, and I'm going to shillelagh my stick as I'm yelling at him, Get off of my land! Move! Get out of here, I'll bash both of your heads in with my stick!
You guys hear Tharn just yelling a bunch of stuff in a language you don't understand.
Giant.
You troublemakers! You
Just filling in
booby-headed
the
morons!
Does
filling in the
anybody know
translation in
what
her
he's
head. She has
saying?
a pretty good idea of what he's saying.
At this point, Tharn, you hear the one that you're right up against, and he yells out, "Oh no, the turtle's back!"
Is he saying that sarcastically, or is he saying that as like?
Well,
Well, you don't know. You don't know what he's saying because he's saying it in giant.
And
Back
that'll
to
be
the
my
top
turn.
of the order, Cortanis and Fike.
Okay. So yeah, starting out in the left one, just makes a couple swipes at it and then kind of spins around in her motion, uses that motion to slash twice into the one on the right.
To the right, to the right, to the right.
1,
To the
2.
left, to the left.
Those
3.
both hit.
Shit. No, 4.
Now walk
The
it
natural
back
one
down.
surprise does not hit,
No.
but the other 3 do.
Yes.
And those are split, you said?
Yeah, the first 2 were on the one on the left, and then
There's
the
2
last
on
2 are on the
left,
right.
So that's 25. Or no, I'm sorry, 15.
20.
And
She overestimated her motion the first one around, and then caught it on the
13
second one.
against that guy. So the guy on the left looks super rough. The guy on the right got how many? 25? No, 15. 15 and
13.
11 is 26, right?
Hmm?
Yeah, you got 26.
Yeah.
The guy on
The
the right.
left one only got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13?
Yeah, the guy on the
Yeah.
right got
13. And then the guy on the left got 15, 25,
Oh, the guy on the
26.
left got the first 2.
Yes. The one
In
that
that
looked more
case-
hurt.
Yeah, the one on the left, you shing shing with 2 quick flashes of your blade chop off both heads as it falls into the
That's some good
stream.
reach.
Yeah, you hop up on its knee or something. I don't know. Do some weird
Backflip off the knee
Function.
to hit the
Yeah.
other one.
As the gets
Do
caught up,
ninja.
the body gets caught up in the current of the stream and starts to float away. Nature carrying it off to be
And then it gets
made
stopped by
one.
that pile of rocks in the middle.
No, it kind of like bounces off of it, but it and and the other one takes the 13. So shing, and that one's marked. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll give him a little
Yeah.
red thing to match your
Yeah,
hair.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then so that ends your turn, Cortanus?
Monk shit.
Yes.
Well, it's not monk
Cortanus?
shit, but there's
Cortanus
fighters.
gonna
Well, actually,
Cortanus gonna take
move.
up level in monk.
We'll go kind of back to back with the Seo over here.
All right, so now you're like up to your high thighs or waist almost in water.
Okay.
So it's difficult terrain. It doesn't affect your
Yeah.
attacks or anything, but yeah.
Just gonna slam up some water if she makes attacks.
Yeah, that Fike, you're up.
You're gonna catch the scimitars.
Catch these scimitars.
3 of them. 20 hits. Symbol of the Everlight.
Yeah, I fucked that up. They're right next to each other.
All right. Even the 13 hits.
Hey.
Oh!
So you 3 of them hit. 1 of them is sneak attack. The first one.
1.
That's 2.
15.
That's 3. I'm gonna re-roll one of them for
Savage attacker.
Savage attack. I will not.
You figure it out.
Well then.
You figure it out and give me a total. How's that?
53.
33. I'm gonna put a branding smite.
Well, you can't put a branding smite into it because you already used your bonus action to attack. You can just put a smite on it.
Ah, yes, you're right. Yeah, I'll use a regular smite. And
This is a first level smite.
Smitey smite.
So another 10. So what's that?
Nice.
41?
43.
43 points of damage. Dang.
All you hear is a cocoon.
All you hear is like that sound of like that whistling through the air. Just
Yeah.
the scimitar moving at stupid speeds.
Yeah, there are several large bleeding profusely gashes across his lower torso and thighs, and you watch as one of them is glowing and then kind of semi-detonates with divine energy as it he's looking super rough, that one. That ends your turn, Sao.
One for the graveyard.
Well, I'm gonna try and kick this guy next to me's ass.
Alrighty.
Just his
Four
ass.
strikes.
It's a very big ass.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna aim for the kneecap.
Laura's lighter on the subject of kneecaps.
Yeah. Hits.
Boom.
All 4 strikes hit.
Bam.
So that's 22 plus 15 is 37. 37. Well, the first 3 are able to take care of this guy as he falls backwards onto the ground as you shatter both his kneecaps and he falls to his knees, and then you come and whooshing, bury the battle axe right in between the 2 heads, about a foot down through its collarbone and into its spinal cord. As you yank the axe out and the blood kind of sprays, it falls back onto the grass. You turn with your final strike and catch this guy in the calf breaking probably his right leg with 11 points of damage.
Okay. That guy's looking rough.
That guy's looking pretty rough, yeah.
Action surge.
All right.
Hey.
Not looking. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Make your
Fuck that guy.
20 hits. 12.
No.
12 actually just barely hits.
does
Yeah.
Oh, right, mine was a natural one. That's okay.
Yeah. That's why it was a natural one. Why don't you go ahead and roll damage for the first
couple.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay,
with your
bye.
first 2 strikes on that one, this one, you just obliterate. There, you crack with the hammer up into its ribs. You hear a bunch of cracks. Something internally must have stabbed something else as he falls face first in the water. Gets carried away with the river from the first 2 strikes.
Okay. Could I do something fancy with the third one? Just
Well, I mean,
swap
you
that
have
out.
you have your movement,
Oh, true.
You're not in the water.
and you're just out of the water. Yeah. So you could get up to that guy if you wanted,
Mhm.
and do your last 2 strikes on him, which both would have hit. Well,
Yeah,
not,
that's fine.
not quite there. You'd have to be at least there.
All right.
Because that inclines a bit. And so then roll damage for the second 2 strikes. $13 and 14. 13 and 14 is 27. Alrighty. As you just water splashing everywhere. Your hair is kind of getting wet and down in your face as you come running up. You dispatch the those first 2 Ettins and then come running up the bank, and with 2 more strikes, bloody this this other Ettin who finally picks up his battle axe and Morning Star to face off with you.
It's like a herbal essence commercial.
That ends your turn, bringing us to the Ettins. This one, looking down at you, Tharn, is going to say, "This is our river now." And he's going to swing at you with his baned up nonsense. That's 10 to hit.
10
Yeah.
just hits.
And then that one might actually hit even with the bane. So it's a 19 minus is a 17 plus 7 is a 24 to hit.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to make him re-roll that.
Oh, your DM inspiration.
Ooh.
Look at that.
That makes it not hit.
Hey.
So you
Hey,
see
use
this
your
alternate future for a second where it smacks you upside the head with its Morning Star. But as you see that happening, you see the Morning Star coming, and you kind of like duck your head into your shell, and it just misses as you pop your head back up. And it says, "Hey, stand still."
I will not stand still. You should move. Leave here now.
This one here is going to say in giant, "Fuck this," and he's going to start running away.
Attack of opportunity.
Okay, bye.
You going to make an attack of opportunity fight?
Hell yeah! I don't know where he's running to. He'd be running to get more people.
24 hits. Roll damage. It had 13 hit points left.
Hey. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
As it turns to run away, you just shing, do a big slash across the back of his hamstring, and you must catch pretty heavy artery as this big gout of blood pours out down its leg, and he only gets like a couple steps as he kind of starts. The loss of blood is just too much. He falls face forward into the grass, no longer moving. This one is going to pick up another rock and throw it at he's gonna throw it at Tharn or Biero. Hill's gonna throw it at Biero.
Didn't Bureau fly in the air?
He did.
He's throwing it.
He's throwing a rock.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's throwing it at a single object in the air. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not an area of effect thing.
Duck knocks.
But no thank
So that's probably going to hit. That's a 23 to hit.
you. Yes, that'll hit.
The rock hits you. The boulder hits you. You suffer 24 points of bludgeoning damage as this rock shatters across you as you duck and kind of have to recover in your flight as it kind of knocks you back a little bit. You feel part of your shoulder wince from the pain as he says, yells something out in giant at you. It's then going to run and jump down here next to you, Tharn, and yell at you, "Our river now!" And that ends. This guy's turn. He's gonna swing at you, Sao. That's a 9 to hit, which misses,
No.
and a 26 to hit, which does hit.
Yeah.
That's 13 points of piercing damage as he cracks you upside the head with his Morning Star, bringing us to Noxus. Oh, I'm sorry. Before Noxus goes, you guys, Kurtanis, Sao, and Shango and Biero, specifically because you're up in the air, you see the trees off to the to your north east of your position, all shaking, and you hear heavy footfalls as suddenly appearing out of the trees.
Incoming.
Oh.
Cavalry.
Oh, hello.
Army of turtles.
Oh, nope. Nope.
The fastest turtles you've ever seen.
We failed our mission.
They come running out of the forests. These two are both holding large boulders, and they chuck them.
Incoming.
That's a hit. That's a hit. And you watch as these rocks fly through the air, and then impact with the Etten.
The one closest to them?
The one that that's engaged with Sao.
Sao.
Ooh. Ooh. So Sao, as you hear that, you hear and turn just in time to see these two rocks that are probably about the size of like a washing machine come arcing through the sky and slam into the Etten, which falls to the ground, crushed under both the rocks and is not moving anymore. You watch as this other stone giant comes running up to the edge of the water. and holds her hand up into the sky that has this pale green gemstone in it. And you watch as the what was a clear day, suddenly these storm clouds appear overhead as this bolt of lightning streaks down from the sky, striking the two Ettins over here. Oh, one of them got a natural 20 on his save. Shit.
Mm.
The other one way failed. As they each take... As that one takes lightning damage. As they each get blasted with lightning damage. As you look over your shoulder, Tharn, you see the familiar sight of your the people who sent you to Amon, as they both yell out "Skippin' Rook" and wave their hands.
I look over my shoulder and see them, and I go, yeah!
You recognize that as their name for you, Skippin' Rook.
Nice.
That ends their turn. Nox, now it's your...
I want to fly to the one that threw a rock at my boy because
This one?
that ain't cool. Yeah, that ain't cool.
Rock boy. Hey.
And I'm gonna stay 10 feet away, and I'm gonna try and poke him in the eye, just like Bart Simpson from the Simpsons movie. Jabby jab, 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 jab.
All right, make your attack with your spear.
1 and 2.
Both hit for 16 points of radiant damage. As it takes the damage. And it's kind of like swatting at you. That brings us to Shengo, then Biero, and then Tharn.
All right. I will swoop to like an arcing dive, coming over here, reaching out and twin frostbite on the two remaining. That's DC 17 con save. We'll see how well the con save goes.
Frostbite for which one? Sorry.
I twin cast it, so I target both of them.
That's right. That's a con save, you said?
Yes.
They're pretty good at that.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid they were, but
Well, with the Bane, the one still fails,
Hey.
and the other one succeeds. Though one on the right succeeds, the other one on the left fails.
So
he
the
takes
failed
12 points of cold damage.
Yep, and it's disadvantage on next.
You said disadvantage on
Its next attack.
The next
attack.
weapon attack.
Next weapon attack. All right. So whoosh, this small frost kind of encases them over their form as he shakes, kind of like shivering.
And then I just arc back up and go back up to 30 feet above the ground.
Alrighty. Biero.
Okay. Let me fly with melee range of the one below me and poke him a couple of times.
Both hit.
All right, I'll put a defensive flourish on the second one.
All right. 18 plus another 3, so 21 points of damage. Nice. As whooshing, 2 big stabs, they 2 deep stabs into the down into the shoulder area as quite a bit of blood begins to appear from the wounds. As you pull out the flourish, some of the blood from the swing of your blade splats across the eyes of one of the heads of the Ettins, which gives him a harder time. That's the flavor for having a harder time hitting you. Does that end your turn, Bureau?
Yeah, that'll do it.
No bonus action?
Not this time.
All right. That ends your turn, Tharn.
I'm gonna whack this guy with my stick.
You got it. As you rear back with your stick. Woof. Why'd you have advantage?
I have no idea. I don't know. For some reason, my thing defaults to advantage on rolls instead of normal.
Oh, no worries. Either way, you hit. It's not a natural 20, but
so that only rolled a 1d8?
Well, so it would be 13 points of damage. D8 plus your plus 5 plus your wisdom.
No. It should have rolled a second D8 for the.
Oh, that's what the 8 was.
The second one,
I think.
Yeah, that's
so it would be
13
20. Yep.
21?
Yeah. So it would be 13 plus 8, which is 21, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 21 points of damage. And what kind of damage? Because it's like you get to choose, right?
Yeah. It's going to be lightning damage.
Lightning damage. So you whack it on the outside of its knee, which buckles as this electricity blasts through its body as it from the. Dang, that's pretty good for a whack with a stick. Shit. 21.
The whooping stick.
It's a good stick.
As you hear it say, "Okay, your river."
I don't want the river anymore.
12 still hits for the spiritual weapon as
another stick appears right behind it.
Special stick appears and whacks him on the back of the head as it's saying, "Your river." Taking another 10 points of damage.
Yeah, and I scream at him again, "Whose river?"
Who does number 2 work for?
Who's on first?
That ends your turn, Tharn. I'm assuming you don't want to move away.
Yeah, that'll end my turn.
Alrighty, back to the top of the order, Kurtanis. As you're standing in the middle of the river, as a couple of Ettin bodies float past you.
Yeah. Can I get up on one of them to use it to get rid of the
Make an acrobatics check.
Hell yeah, let's do this.
Why not? That's creative.
Yeah. Kind of gross, but she'll deal. She'll deal us once.
River.
24. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So the current's carrying it this way.
Which way?
This way.
I don't see anything.
I don't see anything.
There you go. Okay. So yeah, she just I guess the one was coming down this way. So she jump on it when it's coming here.
Yeah, you just jump on its chest as it's floating through.
And then just uses a stepping stone.
Yeah. Hop over.
So 5, 10, 15.
No, you monk should.
Yeah, monk the fuck. And Bureau's up in the air, right?
Yeah, Bureau's up in the air, so technically you could be right there. Yeah.
Roll over that boulder.
Come right in underneath him.
Yeah. So gonna.
Wait. Luckily, he's not wearing a skirt.
How high is Barrow?
He came down just 5, low enough to 10, hit it from stab it from above.
That's 20.
Jump up, grab his.
Yeah. Start taking a couple
Jump
swings.
Up, grab his ankle, and swing.
Yep. So let's see. Take a couple swings at this one.
Yeah, basically, if you don't roll a natural 1, you're gonna hit this guy.
Hooray!
So yeah, the first 2 hit. What is that? 13 plus 17 is 30 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So you, with a big X slash across its chest, whooshing, open it up, and you watch as all this intestines start to spill out, and it drops his weapons to go and grab them to try and scoop them back in, but it's just not fast enough as he falls over, too little, too late, dead.
And then she immediately tries to get away from that and stink over here and continue on this one.
Kind of like tiptoe, like, oh, don't want to get my boots dirty.
No, more acrobatics there. A little bit.
Yeah, make another acrobatics check.
Shit.
Don't step in it.
Hey.
Hey, you do not get any Etten guts on your shoes.
Hey. On my really good spider climb.
Yeah. Both of those second two hit. That's 14 and 11, so that's 25 points of damage.
Action surge.
Okay.
Let's fuck that guy.
Hey, I'm over here too.
So you come up with another flurry of strikes, and how do you want to do this?
Hey. So yeah, actually, yeah. So she just like sideswiped the first one, and then she kind of gets over here, starts doing a couple into its legs, and then uses the spider climb boots to kind of like run up it, has like a vertical surface, and then slices off the heads.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then
As the
like
two heads land in the
backflips off of it
sand.
and lands like right there.
Yeah, the two heads land in the sand, and then like
So not
roll,
to get splashed with more entrails.
Yeah,
Try to get some distance.
get caught up in the river and carried downstream, as the threat appears to be abated. At the
And
moment.
stay out!
You watch as the other giant beings who appeared step out onto the riverbank and start yelling across to you in giant Tharn.
Do they
Friends of
seem?
thine?
Do they?
Sorry?
There's more of them.
They don't seem aggressive.
They do not seem aggressive anymore at this point, no.
Cool.
Friends of thine, Master Thorn? Looking back over her shoulder.
Yes. These are the stone giant. These are stone giants from the herd here in the pass.
You
And I call back to them.
Yes.
Hello, tall ones.
They lift their hands and wave in recognition. As you, in particular, recognize the female chieftain that seems to have the large dire bear pelt wrapped around her shoulders. You recognize her as Stone Shaper D. Hune.
Should probably write that down somewhere.
Yeah, Deheune. Dehune. As she comes up and greets you as the name they've given you, Skippenrook, and begins talking to you in Giant.
In Giant.
And says, "Have you come back from the city? What news do you bring?"
We have returned from the city, and I have secured a measure of safety and guarantee from the leaders of the rock town that says that they might have their interlopers stand down from your herd.
You watch a look on her face, a look of like relief come across her face, and almost a little bit of surprise in there as well, Tharn, almost as if she didn't really expect you to succeed.
They have given an ultimatum. They have said that the herd has 2 weeks to be culled and taken care of. If it's able to be done in that time, then that is for the best. But if not, I can attempt to secure more time so that you may complete what you need.
She looks down at you, and again in Giant says, she kind of thinks in her head for a little bit, as the other two male stone giants are just kind of like, they're not in an aggressive posture, but they're kind of like looking over the rest of you with like curious looks. And
Can I do something real quick?
Hold on. She looks down at you, Tharn, and says, 2 weeks, my herd doesn't have the numbers it used to. I don't know if that'll be enough time. And almost as if she's noticing them for the first time, she looks at the rest of your companions. She says, are these the leaders from the rock town?
No. These are a group of young upstarts who I'm getting some aid and giving guidance to.
She kind of looks over all of you.
Thar, introduce us, you do?
Yes, their names. They feel names are important, and I point over at them and I go,
What?
Sior, Chango, Noxius, Cortana, Padre Fike, and Vero.
Not. Well,
She,
what I meant to, not very well versed in giant any of us are.
She looks at you and says, and for the first time in common, welcome to the valley.
Ah, glad I am a common tongue we have, and with a slight bow.
Holy crap, we all speak giant now.
Could also just respectfully bow her head for a moment.
She looks over at Tharn and says, if Skipping Stone says you can be trusted, then...
Skipping Stone, eh?
Yes, that is what they call me.
Mike suppresses a laugh.
Katana looks contemplative actually for a second and gives a nod.
She'll try to skip you as a stone later, I presume.
No,
It's
that
part of
is
the name.
fun.
A name is just a thing that someone calls you.
Yet interested I am in skipping you, so...
I hold up my hand for a high five for Shango, and I wait.
The female stone giant muffles a chuckle as you say that, Shango. She puts her hand on her chest and says, I am Stone Shaper Dehune, the leader of this herd.
Pleased to meet you, we are. As Master Thon has said, I am Lord Shango of the Ashari, and my friends may introduce themselves.
I am known as Biero, and we are here to see what we can do to assist in with the bullets and avoid as much bloodshed as possible.
Yes.
Is there a way we can help with that?
Perhaps, she says. Will you come back with us to our encampment?
Of course.
Sure.
She turns, says something in giant to the other two that are with her. Tharn, you if you wish to translate for everyone, she just says essentially, run ahead, tell the herd that Skipping Stone has returned with good tidings. And they both take off. It's like the earth semi-shaking with each one of their running step as they kind of run off into the trees. And she says, "Come with me. You must have questions." As she begins to wait for you guys to cross the river.
I'm sure that
Indeed.
these people have questions, and I shall give them plenty of time to ask them and speak with you while I am deep in internal contemplation.
Did
Oh,
I
thank
notice?
Melora.
That's me having to leave.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
What the shit?
Break a
Break a
leg
leg
at
at
your break a leg at your
Yeah,
show.
break a leg at the show, man.
You guys
Have
watch as
fun.
Tharn kind of turns towards the little shrine that he has created to Melora, and gets down onto his knees and begins to quietly meditate. Telling you
Shock
he
and
will
awe.
catch up with
Shock
you.
and awe.
Catch up with you later.
Yeah.
Wait.
See you,
Did
buddy.
he just say? Did he
Right.
just say he's gonna be
Yeah.
quiet?
You watch as
That's when
he
I thank
silently,
Melora.
for like a solid, like he just closes his eyes and doesn't say a thing.
That's
Just
what you
staring.
think. I'm still here.
Surprise.
All right, let's go. Let's
All right,
go.
I'm actually
Hurry up.
signing off.
Okay,
Bye.
start going.
Surprise.
Bye, man.
See ya.
Later.
Capable of meditation, he appears to be after all. Well, surprised I am.
Something to praise Melora for.
Indeed. Did I notice the chieftain manipulating the weather and casting the lightning thing earlier?
Yeah.
Uh.
You watched as she cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
Start following. Yeah, go down there.
As she extends a hand and offers to help get all of you across the river, without having to get wet or anything. Some of you can still fly, so you can just
Oh, thanks.
fly across. The
Whee!
Black and red.
river. She says, "Come with me. My people and our camp is not but a couple hours walk."
Certainly.
Of course.
And an interesting display of weather control you have had there.
My people have
Hey.
passed down teachings on how to make the weather in our mountain home available to us, its powers available to us.
A natural ability is this, or are you inclined with the Stormlord herbs?
I care not for this Stormlord you speak of.
Just give Shango a pat on the arm.
Boom, roasted.
So,
But actually,
Skipping Stone says you can be trusted.
I mean, a
I
lot
think-
of
I think
people
so.
trust
So
us,
we
so yeah.
How might we assist thee?
How much has Skipping Stone told you?
You have a problem with some guards from the fort, and you need help.
the bullets have been traveling, if I am not mistaken.
Into the trade route. We doth not know wherefore or what needs to be done. So I suppose the answer is very little.
Well,
Enough to know you need help.
Yes.
A relocation of the bullet herd is in order, I believe.
not quite. As I said, my name is Stone Shaper Dehune. I lead my herd, the Stone Herders. We have been domesticating and living off of the bullet population of this mountain range for generations. Every 1,000 seasons or so, the bullets flock back to this valley and its soft soil for the purpose of replenishing their population. It is a time of mating. It is also the time that my herd would come and hunt, take from the bullet everything that we need to survive, and hopefully capture several more to be domesticated and used by my herd. However, over many seasons, with the Fort Daxio being placed in the mountains, the population has been affected, and my tribe has diminished. We need a good hunt this season, or I fear for the future of my people.
You need help in hunting the bullet?
Yes, the number of able-bodied hunters in my herd has shrunk over the last seasons, and to bring back the amount we need, we will need assistance, especially if we are to take care of this in the 2 weeks.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've been dying for vacation, so I'm down to go hunting.
Certainly.
Tis what we are
Again,
here
it is
for.
not just bullets that we must kill and use for their meat and hide and other parts, but we must also capture some alive so that we may domesticate them.
Of course.
How many do you need to
Well,
capture and how many do you need killed?
Well, with our hunts that we've done so far, I would like to at least slay 10 more and capture another 5 for domestication if we can.
what if I mean, is there any other game for food that would be that would, that we could substitute if there's not?
It's not just the food.
Oh, I know
Yes, we
that,
cook
but
the meat. We also use their hide for armors and protections for my people. We use their bones to craft weapons and tools. Their
I
eyes can be used in potions that help our hunters see in the dark.
I guess my question is there a substitute to help with those things other than the bullets? I'm just asking, just in case there isn't enough. I'm just asking for different options. That's all. I'm not.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot, right?
I thought she said
I-
there wasn't. I thought she said like they were struggling.
They don't have enough
Yeah.
hunters.
yeah.
Oh,
I
then never
Lots of
mind.
bullet.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
I take it generally in need of resources you are.
Well, yes, that's what these hunts are supposed to take care of for us.
So if we were to hunt, kill 10 and capture 5, would that be enough to also disperse the swarm of bullets and clear up the trade routes?
Yes, we've been acting as a population control for generations on these creatures as well. And after we've thinned their herds enough, they will disperse back into the mountains and their mating season will have ended.
Is there a
At least that's how it's
particular
always worked for my people in the past.
okay? Is there a particular trick or method you use to capture and domesticate them?
Well, yes. I have certain skills that were passed down to me by the previous stone shaper that I can use to help dominate these beasts, but others without such magical prowess can control these creatures as well through sheer force of will or sheer force of power.
Were we to simply
There are techniques we have for luring them out. They like to hunt from underground. They
And-
can sense the vibration of even the most gentle step through the earth. There are ways to trick them and draw them out.
Aid we can certainly provide in procuring the resources and bullets you are in desperate need of.
Yes. Was it be possible to, if we were to incapacitate them, knock them unconscious, we could leave the gathering to thy herd?
Usually if you damage a creature to that point, they don't often take to listening to the orders that you give afterwards after taking such a beating from you.
Of course.
So you could take care of the capturing, and we could take care of.
Don't get me wrong, with these creatures, you do have to show a firm hand and show them who's boss, but after a little bit, you have to assert your will over them as opposed to onto them.
So they could take care of the capturing, and we could take care of the gathering, the hunting.
That sounds fair.
I mean, some of us. I mean, I know
Any aid
knows
we
way
can
more.
provide shall be helpful.
Any aid you could provide could create a new future for my people.
How are they with music? Could I Pied Piper them?
There have been stone shapers in the past who've used such techniques, but not for many, many generations.
Well, it's a good thing I bought this thing then. You're gonna have to teach me how to use it to help you.
Well, we can certainly do that.
We can certainly try.
Can certainly try. Okay.
Kind of got a question.
Yes?
Out of curiosity, why or what happened with your hunters? How come there's not so many?
Well, these hunts happen every not every cycle of the seasons, but there are often large gaps between them, and with the building of the fort at the top of the valley and their effect on the bullet population in the area, there hasn't been as much to go around for my tribe, and birth rates had been down, so we are not the same number we used to be.
Biro, do you have a song for that?
As the population of our tribe dropped, there was less of us to control the population of the bullet herds, and they grew after soldiers at Fort Daxio forced them out of that region. They've been growing unchecked for a while now, and we were hoping for this hunt to reset the balance.
And that is what we shall do.
But these soldiers insist on just slaughtering the bullets wholesale and clearing way for some shipment, wasting all the material that my people would be using.
Well, let's see if we can get to them first.
Yes. Maybe an arrangement can be found.
I mean, the note that we have is to parlay and have them back off, right? So we could have 2 weeks. So we need to make our way there, have them stop, and then we can take time to suss this out. And
their camp is not far from ours.
Okay, good.
Real quick question.
There have been some skirmishes already, and they blame some of the raids of the Ettins on us, saying giants are giants.
Rather inconsiderate,
that's some
that
racist
is.
shit.
The Ettins are clearly different than you.
Yes, more savage.
Distinguishable by 2 heads.
And dumber.
Noticeably.
This is why giants have a saying, 2 heads are not better than 1.
Wait, was that giant shade? Is that what that is?
No, if the sun is at its highest point, there is no shade.
Fucker.
Liking that saying, I do. I shall maybe pick that up.
With 2 heads, it only causes confusion. 1 head makes a decision and chooses a path.
So it is easier to tie an owlbear to them then. Just kind of nods to herself.
Wait, what? That doesn't even make any sense.
Doth thou not have that phrase? To
No.
deceive, to tie an owlbear to them.
Why would you? How the hell would you get away with that?
Just having that moment of she has something they don't know for what?
An experiment I propose. An experiment I propose. Are there any owlbears in these?
Oh, I hope not. Those things are beautiful
Let's-
but dangerous.
Yeah. Let's take
There
a
are
distracted.
large populations of them in the Taurian forest.
Ah, beautiful. Yet distracted, I guess. Later, as well as skipping some
Apologies.
turtles.
Yeah, can you do that for us eventually? When
I'm
this
sorry?
is all over, can you just skip them across the lake or the river?
Oh,
Just
yes.
full
please.
Koopa.
The
Just give him
name
full Koopa real
comes
quick.
from his resemblance of a skipping stone, not that we've actually skipped him.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking. Can you do that? That'd be really cool.
Yeah. Most appreciated would
can't-
be.
I can't imagine Skipping Stone would be okay with such an idea.
Oh no, he's fine. He's
You've
fine.
Oh,
met him, haven't you?
Yes.
we shall ask him.
But on
I want to ride on top of his shell when you do.
that actually
He hath
sounds
quite
fun.
a formidable presence at times, we
Yeah.
have learned.
The entire time you're talking with her, too, your neck is craned up because she's literally 18
Yeah.
feet tall.
Are the soldiers keeping an active watch on this bullet infestation?
Yes.
Then perhaps if they witness us working together to cull the herd, that can build up some.
The only thing stopping them from slaughtering the herd has been my people putting themselves between them and the herd.
That makes sense.
They do not understand.
On a serious note, how big are bullets?
Yes, what
Not
couldst
that
thou
large.
tell us about their
Not very
abilities.
big, she says.
To us?
The giant
Yes.
says.
You're
Everything
no
is
offense.
relative.
Yeah, no offense. You're quite big compared to me. Now,
I'm
compared
actually
to
very
me,
average height for my people.
okay.
You
Compared
notice
to
these
me,
giants are a little bit taller and lankier and more wiry than thick.
I suppose
They're just
in
tall.
Two C's.
in contrast to thy height, how big are these bullets?
Oh,
What'd
she reaches her hand down, towards you guys, but it's still her hand
Quite
is
high.
still 8-9 feet off the ground.
Oh, damn, those are big.
And then she
What's
takes
the-
her arms and holds them out almost to her wingspan to show you a width, head to tail kind of.
To be
Not-
fair, we
not-
have fought some things larger, I believe.
Indeed.
What that big iron thing in the Colosseum and
Not
Yeah,
The
but
big
can we
here.
kill 10 of them? Can we kill
Not-
10 of them?
not equal to powerful big, yes, and
Yes.
not 10 at once, we need to.
Yes,
Yes.
we have 2 weeks to do this. Thank you, Shango. This is exactly what I was going to say.
What else couldst thou tell us about their proclivities? What are they good at? What sort of weapon? Well, I suppose it. Poison.
Fucking. They're good at fucking.
They are talented burrowers.
Burrowers, yes.
They tend to hunt their prey from underneath the ground, coming up out to attack them from beneath.
That's similar to
Pack
what we
animals
hear.
they are.
They are pack animals. There's usually an alpha.
So like a shark, but on land.
Land shark.
I'm unfamiliar with what a shark is.
Not sharks are.
Sharks don't
ugly,
have
but
packs, Spike.
that's
like a wolf.
That's the point.
They also have quite a jump.
A jump.
Okay.
Yes. It assists them in
Powerful legs.
traversing mountain tops and cliffs.
So perhaps thy fly spell, your fly spell will come in more handy, Noxus.
Large mouths with many rows of teeth. Sharp claws for digging and burrowing.
That's good to know.
Their hide is like armor.
Armor.
Yes.
Oh,
They did say they make their armor out of it, Noxus.
She
indeed.
indicates her. She has like a. Looks like almost like rhino skin, like hide armor that appears. She points to it, indicating that it's made out of bullet hide. And you kind of reach out and like touch one of like the greaves on her shin, and it's as hard as like steel.
Cool. That's
But there
pretty
is
cool.
just but it's hide.
Doth the alphas have any unique markings, or are they
They're
larger?
bigger.
Larger.
So it's just the male is larger than the female. So kill the male, do not kill the female. That's what we're trying.
The male has to be larger than the female, otherwise it would die after mating.
Oh, okay. That's
Wait,
good to know.
what?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes,
For
the
a
female tries to kill the male after they mate.
What the? That's messed up.
Yes.
Not
They're also
too,
we're also interrupting them while they're fucking. If you
Uh,
haven't caught that yet.
No, not too
Oh.
unusual. This is many species have a rather harmful relation.
You say you are of the Ashari people. You do not look
I
like,
am indeed.
You do not look like the Terra we have come across.
Not of the, but from the summit peaks I stem.
I am unfamiliar with that mountain range.
Off to the east we are. Yet to visit the Terra, I hope, while we are here.
They are not close.
Have you come to know many of them?
A few.
Where doth they hail from?
Deep in the cliff keep.
She doesn't know where that is yet. I don't think so.
I pointed the mountain range all around us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are down in this valley, surrounded by mountain ranges. It's very much like that terrain of like Rohan, from the second Lord of the Rings. You're in like this rocky valley, and there's just mountain ranges on the horizon. There are rivers, like the big rivers you can see on the map here. But there are dozens of other smaller rivers that break off of it and run through.
To visit the Terra tribe, I hope pressing matter has been resolved. So, to meet them, I hope we all get to.
Perhaps you will. It is a treacherous journey through the mountains.
Treacherous one I'm willing to take. Yet distracted we are getting. And not
You're
far, I
getting.
believe. I am okay. Touche. and not far, I believe we are getting by simply talk. Do we plan to begin the hunt this day?
That is something we can discuss.
Perhaps we should at least stop by Fort Daxio first and
Yes, Fort Daxio first.
Fort
at least hold them
Daxio
off.
is a several-day journey from here. Their camp, however, is across the river from my people's.
Yeah, them that.
if we stop
First.
by the camp, perhaps one of them can relay the message.
Their leader is there.
Well,
Good.
that does it. Looks like we're going there to get that done.
He seems... My honest opinion is he seems like a reasonable man who is only trying to follow the orders of his superiors.
Do you happen
Many-
to know his name?
It is his fort. His name is Daxio.
Touche.
Then we doth have orders from his superiors, so he shall listen to them, I would assume.
You do?
Yes, we
Yes.
have. I spoke to the council of. I believe.
Taldore.
Oh no, I was trying to refer to what Tarm front the Stone Village, and
The Rock
they
City.
have Rock City,
Rock City.
right? And they have given us this parchment that says we are here to help and to stop their.
Doesn't Tharn have it?
Yes, but I was just
Yeah,
gesturing
yeah,
to him. 'cause he's not here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just hold one
It's
up.
a royalty.
This is totally a warrant. It's actually a Chinese menu, but they came with it. They don't know the difference anyway.
They don't know that.
Yeah, they don't fucking know. Can you? They probably can, they can speak common. It doesn't mean you can read it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I am also
Dude.
the president.
To venture by us be beneficial. Not sure I am if he's giant folk.
You cut out.
You cut out there a little bit.
Nah.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. To venture by ourselves, I believe. Not sure I am if he is trusting of your giant.
Who isn't?
Who's not
Daxio.
trustworthy?
General Daxio.
Oh. Well, the Ettins have not been helping things. We try to tell them we are not with them, but they blame us for
If-
their raids.
If
They
no,
they lost some soldiers.
if no offense, we shall round for you.
That was the last time they would speak with us.
And perhaps we can be of some aid there as well. Using the royal week, because Katana's ain't good.
Sounds like small work for small folk, which we will take care of.
At this point, you guys have been following the river north for a while now. And you guys come to the edge of the river where it meets a large lake that's at the edge of a forest at the base of the Craghammer Mountains, essentially right there, if you can see.
Yep.
Where we are on the
So, like
on the
the-
screen.
The top of the Y or the middle of the Y?
Like right there where the river
okay.
meets the lake, that small lake. As you come up, you can see on your side of the river, there is what look to be several stone structures that almost look as if they were summoned from the ground themselves. They're just like large slats of square stone built, like rectangular slats that were kind of constructed as these large rectangular structures. Chained to several of these structures, you can see now what you can only imagine based on the description that De Hune gave you is a bullet. From nose to tail, it is probably 10 or 12 or 15 feet long. From foot to shoulder, they go on 4 legs. From foot to shoulder, it is probably 9 feet high. They have enormous heads that are shovel shaped with these massive toothy maws. As one of them yawns and the mouth rears back, it almost looks like the bottom jaw unhinges to get wider. As there are you stop counting after like the fifth row of teeth. Each tooth is the size of like a dagger blade, with these huge purple tongues, and they some of them are chained to these structures as they have these gray, like rhino skin, thick hides with these huge claws on their front, especially on their front and their rear legs. They have three huge claws that almost look like those like military spades that the soldiers carry that they can like unfold, but they're about twice as big as that. And they kind of are. There's like a couple of them like sleeping as they're chained to one of these stone structures. There's a couple stone giant children that run through, that are, even though they're children, they're like 12 feet tall. They're all like twice as big as you, as they're like running through the village, playing some sort of game, laughing. It's weird to hear children's laughter that's at such a deep bass C. Yeah. And you can look over at in the very center of the camp. There's a large fire that has what appears to look like a D. The shell looks less like hide and more like almost like an exoskeleton that's been ripped off. This one bullet that's on a huge spit over a fire that's roasting. It smells amazing.
Yeah. Pointing to the one that was yawning. See, Noxus, gentle, nice creatures they are.
Until you interrupt them fucking.
The head's like as big as you are, Noxus.
Not in front of the children, Fike.
Are so funny, Shingo. You should
Thank you. I do think so.
You should totally.
I am standing. I am
So
already
he is standing, Noxus.
Yes.
You
I get very
look over
when people interrupt me. That's why.
Yeah, as you guys look over at the big bullet that's on a spit, you can see that there are several female Goliath. There are not just stone giants in this village, but there also appears to be Goliaths that are, and there's several of the female Goliaths that have these huge, what look like branches of like thyme, and they're kind of like beating it against the rotating bullet hide, a bullet that's on a spit.
So we need some parsley, sage, and rosemary, and we're all set.
Yep. Nope. We're not gonna do that.
There's a couple different kinds of things that they're like smacking against it, but there was also others that are climbing up on these little ladders that kind of near the fire, and they're dumping like clay pots full of some sort of cooking oil over the rotating bullet hide.
They're having a pork pulling right now.
Is there perhaps somewhere we may rest for a short while? And like you say at this point, she's like almost bloodied, but
yeah. She looks at you and says, "Oh," and she reaches out with her finger and kind of like touches it on your top of your head, Cortanus.
The boop of healing.
Yeah.
And
the finger is as big as the entire head, isn't it?
Trying not to break my neck.
Cast.
Huh.
There you go. Gives you a little cure wounds.
My thanks.
Cortanus, if you need the juice, I got the juice.
Oh, wait, I got that juice. And I'll take my hand and I'll heal myself 1 point.
The juice.
I've got the juice for myself.
We can talk in my hut further.
Sure.
She leads you across the camp. You can see that there are Goliaths and stone giants going about different routines. There's one big section of the camp that seems to be completely dedicated to tanning bullet hide on these huge tanning racks that seem to be made out of like full on like young tree trunks that were like ripped up and like turned into like these square racks to tan them across. There's another section where a bunch of stone giants and Goliaths are salting on racks bullet meat.
Good jerky.
There is others that appear to be putting other parts of the bullet into these large stew boiling pots, like iron cauldrons that are like the size of a Volkswagen, like almost like you would put like a whole like turkey carcass in to make like a soup. That are, they're taking like rib cages that have been almost picked clean and tossing them in. There's others taking other parts, using bladders to turn them into water skins, and there's some that are taking the claws and teeth, and some of them that are turning the teeth into these, for the stone giants particularly, these large bows that are huge, that look like, almost look like ballista that someone could hold and fire, and they're huge. There's these huge arrows that they're making with the bullet teeth as arrowheads. There's others that are using the claws from the bullets to make large like pickaxe type weapons that could probably be used both as weapons and as something to like pick away and shape rock with. They're you can get a quick sense that the bullet is an essential creature to this tribe's existence. They almost like the Sioux and the buffalo. They use every part of this creature to build their homes, their clothes, their armor, their weapons, to feed themselves, their tools. Like there's a symbiotic relationship here. There's also several of them that they've domesticated that you can see are dragging like different carts and being used as part of to like grind meal on millstones. The bullets are moving the
Are there any baby bullets?
there are not any baby bullets around.
Rather impressed I am by the versatility and use of these bullets. You've been here for generations, you say?
Well, she points off to the north west to this peak up here and says, that is where we make our home, but we come down into the valley for the hunts. And then we return.
Have you witnessed the building of the fort next?
I did not. My grandmother's grandmother did.
And I presume life has been interrupted ever since?
The changes were not felt as deeply at first. But
understandable.
Expansion over time.
Understandable. One territory cuts into the other.
To a point. We are a friendly people. We share what we can. There's a difference here. This is waste.
See that I can. Use of every last bit you make. Our gratitude on the side for welcoming us into your home. I hope a good resolution to this conflict we can find.
You say you will help. That is not something I can turn away at this point.
Fair point. Shall we get right to it?
Have you ever hunted bullet before?
Personally, no.
I doth not know if
Hunted
any of
I
us
have.
seen one before now.
Yes.
We have in the
Hunted I
Coliseum.
have.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, the second
Bullets?
fighters after us, after the ends, was a bullet fight. That's why Tharm
Oh.
freaked out.
Oh, right.
So we didn't watch them fight technically.
Yes, they were
Indeed.
magical constructs
Conjured.
though. Conjuration, not.
Indeed. So,
Actually, he didn't freak out at the bullet fight. He freaked out at the T-Rex fight.
Right.
the
Because
T-Rex, yeah.
bullets are technically considered monstrosity.
Yeah.
I
We did
do
see a
not
bullet
believe.
fight though, didn't we?
You
We
did see
did.
a bullet fight, yeah.
Oh,
Those were
alright.
actual bullets.
Okay.
I do
was
not
mixing that
believe.
up.
I do not believe personal experience, and we have yet. I believe experience in hunting. Every one of us have, to some extent. Yet, the first stop might be Fort Daxio and
Well, the camp.
setting the level with the general himself, or the camp.
The fort is several days from here.
The camp.
Yes,
They're-
yes.
they're-
His camp. I misspoke. Pardon me.
Well, perhaps you would like food first? And she looks as the bullet that was on the spit is being served now, and you guys have been brought like just straight up, not even like on a plate, but like someone just hands you like a chunk of meat that's attached to like
Chunk
a
of meat.
bone.
It's like the size of the forearm, or
It's literally like a rib that has like.
I shrug
long-
like when in Rome and just take it casually.
As
Just
they
take
start to
it.
come around, Cortana immediately like pulls out the prestidigitation spray and starts like spraying her her hands and her arms.
Yeah. The rib, you literally have to hold it with two hands. It's like it's.
Yeah, just sprays quickly
Imagine-
like to disinfect and then puts it away
Yeah.
and then takes it begrudgingly, but takes
But-
it.
Imagine not like a rack of ribs, but a single rib, but it's so big
you
that
need
it's like
both.
the size. Yeah, it's like the size of like a baseball bat.
That's awesome.
Um,
But much thanks to you, Stone Shaper, for your hospitality.
as she's already like ripped into one.
Yeah.
Trying.
Bureau, as you bite into it, it's actually quite tasty.
My food is problematic.
Yeah,
Well,
Does it?
there's not really a way to eat it without getting tasty.
Yeah, that's
it-
the hard part.
like all good barbecue.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
used to that.
The tastier it is,
Oh, God,
better
I
it
have
is.
sauce for this.
Just trying to do the planet.
This is excellent.
Different A.
Indeed.
Um,
Does it
well, I'm
remind
not
me of
picky,
anything
and I'll
I
just
know?
dive in.
does it remind you of anything?
Does it taste like chicken or pork?
Yeah, like
if
any,
you've
anything
had-
that would be like home to the summit peaks or any other common food. Or is it like its unique own taste?
It's similar to basilisk. You've had basilisk before, living in the summit peaks. It's similar to that, except better. It's not as tough.
Low and slow,
That is
baby.
tough.
Low and slow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
excellent.
Unique.
Magnificent.
After you eat, you watch as Dehune walks out to the river and just kind of like cleans herself.
Rolls mid.
You wouldn't happen to have mountain spring water, would you?
She points at the river.
Fair point.
The
This
rivers
week-
are fed by the the Cliff Keep mountains.
This can be fixed, Shango. And then she'll take out the alchemy jug and move to the water, the fresh water. I was going to
Yeah,
do
I'll just-
vinegar, but
I'll just stick my head on the water. Like, my head like.
Yeah.
Ah.
yeah, just gonna like wash off her hands and like try to get
Yeah.
get the handkerchief out and
Yeah.
then
She,
prestidigitate the
sits-
handkerchief.
She sits back
Yeah.
down by the fire and says, so, it's probably about middle of the afternoon at this point. She says, "You wish to speak with the soldiers from the fort?"
I believe there's an order, yes.
Probably
I
best to send
feel
a.
you might do best without us.
Agreed. Yeah.
Our presence
I hope-
might only agitate the general.
Unfortunately, so. I hope you take no offense in us taking the charge here.
Yes. We can at least give a good word for thee to them. Let them know that thou art not so much of threat as they thinkest.
We wish only to do what my herd has been doing for generations.
Certainly.
That message we shall bring to them.
Very well. She points, and you can. It's not even hard to see. It looks like a Roman, like wooden palace fort, like the quick build forts that they would make in the middle of like a field. It's just on the other side of the river.
It's like some smoke coming out from.
Yeah, several smokes from campfires coming up from inside of it. There appears to be even like a gate and guys walking on the soldiers walking along the tops of the palisade.
So why?
I bet not as good. I bet not as good as the bullet mood.
Yes, if you were wondering, this counts as
Yes, I was hoping
Short
that getting
rest?
some food
Yes.
and stuff would be.
this counts as a short rest. You guys
Cool.
are sitting, eating. You can, talking.
resting.
Okay.
we ready
So
to-
while we're doing the short rest,
Oh, that brings me back.
I want to go up to Fike, and I want to say, hey, I want to teach you something. Is that cool?
Yeah. Sure. What can you teach me?
Private tent you need.
Oh, don't. Wow. I mean, if you're there, you're gonna hear it, so it doesn't really matter.
It's like that, isn't it?
No, I mean, if you guys are there, you're there. But it's it's like
Yeah.
Noxus is teaching Fike. So
What are you
He's-
trying to teach him?
I'm trying to teach him how to speak Draconic.
Oh, if that's a process you guys would like to begin, then you can do that. If you guys want to spend like what downtimes you get, like before long rests and stuff, you can try to teach. Yeah, you can. It'll take some time, but
Yeah, no, I'm not expecting it to be like a 2 short rest or 1 long rest thing. It's going to be a long time, but it's like
not super
like,
long. I mean, it won't take.
Noxus.
Yeah.
Like, where's
Nah,
the
yeah,
bathroom?
Yeah, Noxus kind of sits down and he's like, well, actually, no, yeah, he'll sit down with the entire group, and so, we're gonna go to New Draconia eventually, and I'm the only one who speaks this language, and that's a problem.
I suppose so.
So, I'm gonna teach you guys. So, because for one, I gotta be a leader, and I don't know how to do that. And you guys seem to do it somewhat well. But, I need you guys to know what everyone's saying so that you know what to do if I don't. So, this is what go fuck yourself is in Draconian. And I say it.
That's the first thing you teach them.
That's the first thing I
Yes.
teach them.
When you learn any other language, you always get the swears first.
You always start with the swear words.
Yep. All right. So, if you guys would like
Place to start this
in
is.
your, in between rests and in downtimes and stuff, you guys can start learning Draconic from Noxus if that's something you guys would all like
I
to do.
don't know how self-pleasure is an insult.
Draconis, I'll spend extra time with you. Don't worry.
Okay, well,
Go fuck
To the
yourself.
Need
idioms.
some private sessions.
To the idioms we shall get later.
To be fair, they use fuck as like an overarching word that she doesn't relate. And
Yeah, fuck has. That's the reason I love. It's my favorite curse words because it's so diverse. You can
It's
use it in so many
versatile.
different ways.
exactly,
You know, like there's no end to the different uses
Yeah.
of.
fucking same.
Oh, I think there's a comedy skit about ass.
Yeah,
Like,
there is.
yeah.
I think
Similar
he's
thing, right?
German too.
Bernie Mac did a great bit on motherfucker.
I think that
It's a noun, a verb, and an adjective.
Yeah.
Universe.
Shingo,
Look at
And
this
then he does
motherfucker.
this. He
This
does like this.
motherfucker.
Yeah, and then he does like this little like scenario where he uses it as a verb, a noun, and an adjective.
and it
Nice.
works.
It's great.
Yeah,
You can find it on YouTube. It's great. Just type it like
It-
Bernie Mac motherfucker. It's classic.
But
One of
yeah.
the best stand-up bits ever. But
Motherfucker. But yeah,
we might
Shango,
want
Go ahead.
to- I kind of nuzzle up next to Knox, and I just whisper in his ear, "If the whole married thing bothers you, just let me know and I'll knock it off." And I give him a little kiss on the cheek.
As long as it's a joke and it stays between us, I don't care. But not in front of my mom or anybody in Draconia.
not in front of my future people, guys.
Fine. And then during the downtime, I'm gonna put
not in front of my future disciples, guys.
Yeah, God forbid a revolutionary is married to a man, right?
Yeah.
God forbid.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of time with the dagger of venom, and I'm just going to dig 9 more notches into the bone staff that I got in Limnelle.
Okay. You do so. If there's nothing else, that's where we will end things tonight.
Well, I was just gonna say that Knox's mom would probably wonder where he bagged to fight.
Where he bagged him?
Yeah, as in, like, it's like he got a score. He scored.
Speaking of
yeah.
which, congratulations.
Well, actually, I was just saying since you used to call him Knox, though.
If there's
handbag.
Ah,
Hey.
there you
I
go.
get it.
Good
I
callback.
get it.
Now I get it.
if there's a quick quiet moment during
Yeah.
dinner, I'll just go over to Cortanis and say, I think I was rude earlier today when you asked me a question, and I didn't mean to be, but
It is fine.
just
I
know
understand.
there's things that I'm not at liberty to talk about because of promises I've made to other people.
I see. Of course.
But I mean you all well.
I appreciate it, but I understand.
That's it.
Yeah. If there's still a little time.
Secret agent.
Secret agent. Oh, we're gonna get the amount of time.
Yeah. Is there still a time, or did people need to run?
No, I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Yeah, if there's a conversation you need to have.
Yeah.
This
This
is all
is-
during throughout the dinner that you guys are
During
having the
dinner.
short rest.
Yeah, she's been kind of contemplative for a little while after the last fight too, and then kind of, Vike Noxus, might I ask your advice on something?
Sure.
I put my hand on Knox's hand. Whatever you need.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I had known.
Yeah, she's not just speaking directly to them, but just kind of focused a little more on them. But names. You both have
Names?
changed yours at one point for various reasons. I have been wondering. I know not what name I should go by anymore.
Eric.
You said we're all there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are Pernell of House Rosen, are you not?
Yes, that was what I was born as. But
I am not this anymore, though, Shango. That person's long dead.
Yeah, Maximus is not the same. I mean, no. Maximus died when Draconia fell.
then I'm sorry about a ways back when you said I could call you Rex. I am sorry, I did not mean to.
It's not a bad thing. It's just it's like a
Well,
you remember what it was like before you were here, right? Like you remember your original home, right?
Yes, now. But it doth not feel like home anymore, somewhat.
It's the exact same thing I feel.
I suppose it did not
It's
feel like much of one before either.
yeah. You're not who you thought you were, and obviously you grow up and things change. You change. And yeah, these last 3 years my life has been very different. I've gone from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs. I mean, people just still call me Knox. So they call me Knox. I like it. Yeah, I had reasons to change it, but it's who I am now. So I guess the question is, who are you?
That is the question. I doth not know. For so long I was trying to remember not my name, but only so far as to remember my sister. But with having learned what becameth of her, has no need for it anymore, and apparently neither did she. But the rest of our family was not... I was not close to them as I was to her. And if she hath disappeared from that memory, perhaps I shouldst as well. However, also I doth not know if, being human now again, I shouldst be referring to myself after objects.
Yeah,
So-
I think that's a little odd.
It is.
I think you should probably change that.
No, because I do that
Yes.
with my breath.
Yes.
Well-
Disagree, I do. Not just the name of an object it is. And I cannot believe I apparently agreeing with her that the name is not the important thing. The actions are what defines you. And you are who you are, the actions that you do. The calling that are yourself based on what the inside of you believes to do. You shall.
Yeah.
So, Biro, play that one song that I like. So, what is the name inside your heart?
I play I'm a Little Teapot.
Thomas is down on his teapot. It's been decided.
A beautiful,
He starts.
a beautiful song that is, my friend Biero. A
Mike's
beautiful.
favorite song is Little Teapot. It's
No!
canon.
No!
I just
Listen.
imagine this being the Celine Dion Titanic song. That's what he's
Just
playing. I hand him my ocarina and I just say, play it.
I'm gonna
play it
get my
off-key.
husband to kick your ass. I swear to God.
Honestly, it's more like blues acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The blue-
But like,
kinda,
just like looking at Fike at that and just kind of like blank, slightly blank.
I
look
imagine
and,
you're
like, not sure.
probably playing a song of rest anyway, Fike,
Yeah.
right? During the
Yeah,
short
me.
rest. So why don't you go ahead and roll that D10,
Hmm.
Fike, for everybody. So anybody who used hit dice
Bureau?
will get an
No,
additional.
bureau. You mean bureau?
Bureau.
Bureau, sorry. I mean
Yeah.
Bureau.
Yeah.
That's some
I
racist
did.
shit, Bill. Half elves aren't all the same.
Ha!
So anybody
They're
who
all the
rolled,
same. They're all the same.
so any of you who rolled hit dice also got an additional 10 hit points.
Nice.
What?
Nice.
What?
What is in
So
What
in
is
one's
it?
9
heart?
plus 10.
What is it you would like to be called?
I suppose that is where I'm having trouble. I doth not know yet.
If for today you not know, you will find yourselves.
We could have grabbed a book of baby
Oh.
names before we left him on, and then we
wait.
fucked up.
The Stone
Wait.
Shaper actually pipes up and says, names are important. Perhaps if your sister cannot carry your name, you can carry it for the both of you. And she goes back and says, like takes a like bite into the rib.
It's like this
I
1
lean
second of super profound
Yeah.
something, and then it's like.
I lean over to Cortanis and just whisper to her. She named Thom Skipping Stone. Just remember that.
Actually, her
Yeah.
grandmother named Tharn Skipping Stone.
Whatever. Not super great advice.
I understand what she meanest, but I doth not know if she wouldst have wished to keep it either.
Yeah. I mean, we could just in the end just call you fuck. Because you seem to
No,
like that
we're
word.
not calling her.
No.
Fuck. God damn it.
It was a
No.
joke, all right? It was a joke.
Oh my god,
A
our first
bad
fight.
one. A bad one that was.
Our first fight.
This is a milestone? A fight is a milestone?
It is.
We're supposed
Well,
to open up a bottle of wine.
Do
now.
what makes you feel comfortable, Cortanis.
Indeed. And no need there is to be settled on one for today and keep it for forever.
I suppose I shall think, but I would not be opposed to suggestions if any of you have any. I certainly doth not know of many modern names, and, well, the ones I know are very antiquated at this point, I suppose. But it doth not mean now.
You're supposed to name your character at the beginning of the game. We're not supposed to do that for you.
I gave you an experience point for that fight.
No.
Less of a name. The sharpest blade of them all.
Hey, that's not true. They're blunt. But
The tip is, but the side is not.
I don't think I've ever been attacked by Cortanis. I don't know what that feels like.
I'm
Actually,
straight.
no. Did I? Is it a ghost? I don't remember if the ghost did
You've
it
attacked. You've attacked Noxus. You've
Attacked
attacked
Noxus.
Sayao.
or not. Yeah.
You attacked Shango.
Yep.
Yeah. To not
I
fight.
think those
yeah.
are the three. I don't think you've attacked Fike.
Mm-hmm. And let us leave it that way.
Just verbally every time I make a decision, but never physically.
Not every time.
But if we are
Ew.
Cortanis,
Hmm.
could I make a suggestion?
Of course.
Well, I mean, this may be stupid, so just tell me. But I mean, originally the way that my name is pronounced is Draconic, but I'm not gonna go into it how it actually is pronounced because it's just not like Noxus in Draconic is different than the way you guys say it. So I just say it's Noxus. But for you, I was thinking of a name, and it means beginning. And it is Renata. If you don't like it, you don't like it, but
Renata.
call you Ren for short.
I can certainly try and see if it feels all right. Renata.
But Cortana's, just to put this out there, because it's something that I'm thinking as well, is that because we to some point have all deceived people of our names and then with our actions, we are also writing legacies for people that don't exist.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like
I mean,
Shango.
What?
Like, they know you have Shango, but you go also by Crackle, correct?
In certain terms.
And Nox is not his name, and Fike is mine now, but if we died before we got any notoriety, no one would have mourned us, and no one would actually known who bound to that. You don't want to write a
Be-
legacy for a dead.
Beg to differ, I do. While if in changing, the actions still stayed, and mourned, I would hope certainly we all would be by various folks. While they all mourners under the same name, hope I would that remembered we are for the impacts that we have already made.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just come up to I just came to the idea of giving up Ventus forever. That I'm never gonna have to reclaim that. And then now Fike is stuck, and that's embarrassing for me.
Do you want us to call you Ventus?
No, not in particular. Most, I mean,
Good,
father's
because I
fine,
wasn't gonna
but
call you.
that's fine.
I'm fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
No, it's fine. I'm
Hobby is
trying
what
to
you should
express.
call him.
Yeah. That is also good. Um, Fike is actually gnomish, and it means weasel.
Hmm.
so you want us to call you Weasel?
No. We haven't run into. We haven't. No, we're not calling me Weasel. Goddammit! I take the giant bone. I throw it at Sam.
Sorry, I just remember that Pauly Shore movie.
Weasel.
I'm trying to get something across that hurts Fike. God damn it.
Sorry, buddy.
It's all right. I picked that at the time because someone says I was more crafty than a fox, so a weasel, and that kind of stuck. And once we run into a gnomish person, they're going to laugh at me, and probably some are going to laugh at me, and
I highly doubt I
just
do that.
Well,
is it funny now?
No.
No. With
I mean,
what has
to me,
already
it's
been accomplished, even might step from Weasel, there's no shame or downside. Yet again, not believe I can that apparently with Tharnar I am agreeing on names not being the topmost of importance, while an identity you should carry with yourself, if that identity is carried with the name Fike or Father or Weasel or Ventus, ultimately that is not the measurement to which we will be upheld.
Yeah. And I mean, your new husband will kick their ass if they laugh at you.
Indeed.
I'm pretty strong, so I can do it. Especially a gnome.
That's
You
true.
certainly
You're
have my
very
blades
strong.
as well.
Now, when I'm gonna beat some, I'm just
Well,
saying that
pr-
before I revealed this to you all, that was something I was dealing with. Is that when you write a legacy, and God forbid, some of us died not really knowing who we are. Like, would you know anyone that I've known previously that would have been upset at my passing?
I
I
can certainly
mean,
understand that, Fike.
yes.
Potentially more than anyone here right now.
And that's why I love you, Katanas. Is it nighttime yet?
No.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Are we? Are we
You
like
guys are getting
are we at
no.
lunch?
It's literally like the middle of the afternoon. You guys are getting ready to talk to the general.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
we're having
Getting
we're having
super deep.
We're having super deep.
I mean, taking a short rest. So you have an hour.
Yeah.
I shall think
Well-
on it more, but thank you all. I needed
That was
some
very
perspective.
profound, Weasel.
Knox, I'm gonna need the cash that you beat someone up for me.
I don't know. You kind of walked into that one. You kind of walked into that
No,
one.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna know.
And I almost fought him, and I was scared for like 5 seconds.
It's
so.
all right. I'm gonna go jump in that bullet cage and see how. long
That
it takes.
get over
Yep.
here. Get your ass back here. Sit down.
Perhaps more than I should
Do-
be thinking about what they
I
wish
mean,
the
your
rest to call them.
Your SO is asking you to defend himself. Thoughts?
Like, Shango, did you truly wish all of us to call you Crackle?
If it is stressed, upset, I would not be about it. I feel as though this is what the ones most close to me like to refer to me as to.
Forgive me, at first I did not think that of my stature. It would be out of line, but I can do so. Crackle.
A smile like just creeps across.
I think I'm gonna stick to calling you Shango.
Fair enough.
Fike,
I
the
like
pouch
that.
is not in the same spot that you put it, so
Just
I
smile a
shall
little
certainly
bit.
think about it, and I shall. Perhaps I can try Renata for a while.
You shouldn't have named your horse Honor. I like that. I like that a lot. That I think is a great name, but that's. I mean,
Or
yeah, I love Aura. I think that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way more creative than Valor. For God's sakes,
Nah, Valor's cool.
no,
Nothing wrong with it.
that was terrible.
But
Yes.
but Cortanus, if you want to know the actual pronunciation, it's again. Oh yeah, it's Renata.
Renata.
No,
Two
no, no, no,
apostrophes in
no,
it.
no, 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 no. Renata.
Renata.
There you go. Yeah, Draconic's not an easy.
Yeah.
And that is why
I have to say,
you are
not well.
teaching us.
Yeah,
as
not
that
well
begins
disclosed in common.
that begins the first lesson on Draconic, and that, unless there's anything else, that is where we will end things this evening.
So we learned how to say "fuck you"
Of course, there's more.
and Renata and Draconic
Ren-
in this one session. We're on our way, guys.
What was Renata?
On our
Like
way.
newborn, new beginnings?
The
Oh,
beginning?
Yeah, New Beginnings.
New beginnings.
It's
There we go.
REN. It's RENTA.
Rentata?
Okay.
No, RENATA.
Okay, so we can say, go fuck yourself, new beginnings.
Yes, yes, you can.
Woohoo!
No, I taught him all the swear words. All the swear words.
So Shango,
Yeah.
18. Tharn had 17, which somebody will tell him. Cortanus, 19. Fike, 21. Nox, 18. Seao, 17. And Biero, 20.
You said 18.
Nox, 18, yes.
Thank you.
Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Hey, Bureau levels up.
Heyo.
Go
Yeah.
Bureau.
Yeah.
Bureau.
Just so I don't forget, at some point, Bill, still need to talk about studying in the Lyceum for the couple weeks before the brawl.
We can do that now if you want. What did you look to study? You were looking to study the different planes, yes?
Yeah, planes of system, travel between the planes, and potential detection or prevention of traps.
Make a investigation.
Investigation.
Where is it? There it is.
Hey.
Natural 20.
Oh yeah.
Well, you learned about it.
So
Done got learned.
you learn that for one, you learn a bit more about the different elemental planes, the fire elemental plane, what is known about fire elemental plane, the earth elemental plane, the different elemental planes. What kind of creatures dwell there. You learn what kind of conditions there are there. You learn about the city of Brass and the fire plane, and you also learn about you hear about the leader of the city of Brass, who is referred to as the Sultan. Big long. You read that whole big
The
long
Sultan.
name. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Sultan. So that kind of clicks with what those Afridi were saying, knowing that Afridi are, the kind of like the big dogs of the fire elemental plane. You get a fair understanding about a couple of the other planes that the deities reside on, like Elysium. You learn a little bit more about Valhalla, the plane that Cord calls home. You learn a bit more about the Shadowfell and what was learned after the events involving Vecna.
All right.
And as far as you also there are different magics that can control the travel to and from the different planes. You also learn about devices like cubic gates that can control travel to specific planes of existence. And there is not a lot that can completely shut off planes of existence from one another. The only thing in existence that is known to be able to do that is the divine gate, which is what keeps both the betrayer gods and the prime deities locked out of the prime material plane.
All right. And I have a good understanding that erecting the divine gate was a monumental
It was done by the prime god, the prime deities.
Yeah.
So, yes.
And a couple of apprentices.
There are things that can temporarily alter the ease of travel to and from certain planes. There are lesser magics. That is like there are things you can do to control the flow of different waterfalls, but you can't turn it off. That's what you know what I mean. So
yeah,
and then there are also different. You learn about the ley lines that run through the prime material plane that are cause certain places to connect more to other planes of existence, like the Feywild, and understand that also certain lunar cycles with the two moons that orbit Exandria, different times of year, particularly Winter's Crest and the winter solstice, is a time where those portals tend to be more open.
Okay.
And travel between the different planes is easier at that time.
All right.
With your natural 20, you learn a lot of
Awesome.
all that
Aw.
stuff. So.
Sweet.
Yay.
Good
You
stuff.
also,
book
you also
that
learn quite a bit about the Feywild.
Learn a nation.
You know,
Found a book that says
Yep.
the Outer Planes and you.
Bureau, did you want to roll your hit dice
Oh, that would be a good idea.
now that you're
Bureau.
level 11?
Come on, you sexy son of
Hey.
a bitch, roll high.
Come on.
Yeah. And not to take away from
Hey.
Bureau, but I don't know if you left last time, Bill, but you might have noticed that I also leveled up last session.
I did not notice that.
Oh, okay. I thought you
Woo!
gathered from me casting Arc earlier today.
Oh, I figured
Um,
that's what it was. I just, I
Yeah.
didn't remember. We rolled your hit dice and stuff, right?
Yeah, I think you were technically gun. If you go far enough back in the chat, you'll find it with.
It's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
trust you.
Sorry, Barry, I don't want to take away. I think it's you.
No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
level ups. Woo.
So at level 11, as a bard, what do you get?
Hopefully, one more session.
6th level spell.
6th level spells, right?
You get 6th level spells. You get
What-
a new 6th level spell.
We
What
gotta
is it?
know what you're getting, man. I'm staying up till
Yeah,
I know what 6th level you're getting.
What
I
you
don't
picking
even
up?
know
What you picking up?
I don't know. I don't even know if I'm going to take a 6th level spell. The 5th level spells are cooler.
That's fair.
But brother, we
Hey.
need that 6th
What?
level utility.
Come on. There's got to be.
Well, you got the
Hold
slud,
on.
but
Eye bite, find the path, guards and wards, mass suggestions, auto's irresistible dance, programmed illusion, and true seeing.
You have to
Are
grab
the
Otto's
ones
irresistible
in
dance.
players.
I
Those are the
mean-
Darude's irresistible rave.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That mass suggestion is gonna come in real handy in the future when we go to New Draconia. I'm
Oh
telling you.
fuck.
Jesus, dude.
Is that how the chosen one convinces people to?
By having Buddy brainwash them.
That is
Yeah.
No. It's just gonna help when there's riots and
Makes
we
a
need to
cult.
stop 'em.
No,
You
don't
makes
want
a
to
cult.
follow me?
No, it's gonna help when I fuck up and there's gonna be like tens of thousands of Draconians fighting Ravenites to the death.
Ooh.
This is
I
how
mean,
Mike
another
has
5th
gotten through
level.
all
I
of
mean,
his life is
don't
through
forget you have your
manipulation.
magical secrets now, so you could take a 6th level spell. You could change out your magical secrets spell for a 6th level spell of some other class, and then use the spell that you're getting now as your 5th level, another 5th level.
What is your
It's
magical
true.
secrets for?
Counterspell.
One of them is counterspell. You get 2 of them.
Counterspell and
Oh.
what was the other one?
Counter spells not.
It's a third.
Yeah, definitely not getting rid of counterspell.
No, it's good that 2 of us have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you not take the other one? Everything else I see.
I think it was synaptic static. I don't think.
Yeah.
that sounds
Is that
right.
not
pretty
a bard?
sure it was
is that
that.
not a bard spell?
Oh, it is a bard spell.
Huh.
What did I take?
I don't know. Only you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you only took 1, because everything I'm seeing is a bard spell.
Bard,
Huh.
wizard, bard.
Lightning bolt. Lightning
What's the
bolt.
total?
That was
It's not
it.
What's the
bard,
total
it's-
number?
You have yet to shoot that out of your dick yet. Come on, man.
Wait, but
Get
I was supposed.
in the game.
You
Dick
could
light.
get rid of lightning bolt. You haven't even.
No.
You used it once, but not out of my dick. That's true.
Yes, you have to at least use it out of your dick once. It has to be once.
This is just me speaking. If it was me, I would get rid of the lightning bolt, take a 6th level spell from any other spell class,
There
and
you go.
then
Beta
take
hard codex.
another 5th level spell from the bard list, because you're right, there are a lot of good 5th level on the bard list.
I gotta see the full list of 6th level spells because this is okay.
For bards, there's not.
No,
a lot.
just for
Yeah.
anything because I'll look on. Hard
Yeah,
codex.
'cause
So,
But like you could get I'm pretty sure disintegrate.
disintegrate would be good.
You should take that
Disintegrate.
awesome smite spell.
Chain
at this
lightning
level.
is a 6th level spell.
Ooh.
Sunbeam's a 6th level spell.
Sunbeam's a 6th level spell.
I was actually looking at some spells and seeing like what I can get rid of that I'm not using.
Contingency.
But I think I have a pretty good one.
Oh wait, it's not in the bard.
So
list.
hey, I have a actual like logistical thing.
What?
So to maximize our time for talks, because it's important, because it's very important.
Hold
Grows
on.
us closer.
Yeah, I'll grab Sunbeam and switch that out for Lightning Bolt.
Okay.
That's not a
And-
bad one.
Sunbeam's
That's pretty
pretty
good,
great.
Brad.
Not only does it's concentration, so you can keep doing it, and I think it's like 6d6, right?
68.
6d8, even
68.
better.
Ooh, that's good.
And if they fail to save, they're blinded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's radiant, so not a
And
lot
it's
of
radiant.
resistance.
Yeah. It's
Not a
really,
lot of people are
it's a
resistant
really
to that.
pretty great spell.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'll
I'll
also
take
get Word of Recall.
Spike's gonna
But
be.
then again, so is Disintegrate.
Spike is gonna
Yeah,
cry.
Disintegrate.
Yes, it is a one-off,
What?
but it does a fuck ton of
Disintegrate is this
12d10 plus
That's right.
40.
Hmm.
but it's
It
hit or
is,
bust, right?
Yeah, it's hitters.
Yeah,
it's
it's
suck.
hit or bust.
Yeah, it's save or suck.
Save
Hit or
suck,
suck.
yeah.
Save or
Yeah,
suck.
well, if they save, it's half damage, but it's still...
No, I don't think save. It's no damage.
No,
Isn't
if they save, it's half damage.
Oh my god, Bureau
I
with
thought it was
Tensor's
kind of
transformation, though? The sword
Disintegrate.
bard with Tensors.
I thought
It's 10d6 plus 40 damage. On a failed save, the target... If the damage reduces the target...
They disintegrate.
Creature targeted by the spell must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, target takes 10d6 plus 40 force damage. If this damage reduces the target to 0 hit points, it is disintegrated. Disintegrated creature and everything it is wearing and carrying except magic items are reduced to a pile of gray dust. The creature can be restored to life only by the means of a true resurrection or a wish spell. The spell automatically disintegrates a large or smaller non-magical object or a creation of magical force. If the target is a huge or larger object or creation of force, the spell disintegrates a 10-foot cube portion of it. The magic item is
Yeah, there's
So-
no half on a save.
yeah,
oh,
Yes,
there's no half
but is
on a
it-
save.
Yeah, no, it's
How
save or
about
suck.
yeah. It's super nasty if they fail, but if they do succeed, it's nothing. So
Yeah.
that's like the high risk, high reward kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, most other spells have a lot less damage. You have a guarantee.
Yeah. That's
I
a
did not
DM
realize
inspiration force disadvantage.
I forgot about that. But then again, also you got chain lightning as well.
Hmm.
Cool.
But anyway, it's your call, man. You do you.
Yeah, I'll go with
Good times.
Sunbeam and
And then your 5th level spell, if you wanted to take another one, there's a bunch of good ones for bards.
yeah. Let's
Dominate person.
I mean,
I think you already have that, though, don't you? No, you don't. Dominate person. Greater restoration. Hold monster. Legend lore.
Are you heading out, Django?
let me.
Or
I do not. No, I wasn't cutting out. I was just stopping myself.
oh,
Let me know if
Seeming is also always good. But
I was
anyway,
about to say that.
Yeah.
Let me know if you do or do not pick up seeming, because I'm really looking at it for my next level up, which is still far away, but just
I'm thinking either Raise Dead or Dominate Person.
whoa.
Raised dead. Sounds
Raised
fun.
dead.
sing somebody back to life.
Yeah. Nice.
actually, speaking of spells, Bill, I'm super excited to also drop the Court Thunder when
Drop Chord's Thunder.
the other
then.
home. Whenever I get a chance to, it's the
Yeah.
other homebrew spell, right? So
Yeah.
I picked up the 2
Oh.
homebrew spells,
Okay.
Nice.
just as like because I'm excited to. There wasn't a good chance yet. All the Ettins died too fast.
They all die too fast.
So sad.
Probably gonna
Yeah,
need it
no,
for
right.
the bullets. Try and get as many AoEs as we can to take out as many as we can. So
But we
that,
don't want to
they
like.
all
We
run
need
away.
to save as much of the body as possible because they use all that shit.
Oh no, yeah. But I mean, just like we need to get as
gotta
much
pee real
damage as
quick.
we can on them.
Oh, got a
Yeah.
couple. Yeah.
So I was just gonna say because I'm going to bed.
Mm.
Should probably do that too.
If we're available on Thursday, like the night after or a couple nights after, like a Saturday night, to do talks to talk because like 11 o'clock is hard to stay up,
Yeah.
and especially
Tell
for
me
me
about
and
it.
Old
Shingo.
people, maybe,
Yeah.
because
Well,
you're old.
4 o'clock comes real early, bro. I like
Yeah. I usually wake up at 9, so it's a
sleep
little bit easier
likes
for
me,
me.
and I love sleep. So my bed is she's beautiful. She's so beautiful.
Bed and sleep is amazing, buddy.
It is. It is.
That's fair.
So I was thinking we could do Saturday night for talks or Thursday night, whatever works best for everybody. And it's not even like everybody be there. It's just like a, hey, you guys available? Yeah, let's jump on in.
Yeah, like the next few weeks, yes, for Saturday, but generally that would be when Wild Mount is. So, not after that. No.
Yeah, you're not getting Bill on a
Are
Thursday.
we off the
Nope.
record now? Or are we still
Yep.
on the record?
Are we? What do you mean?
Oh
the
yes,
internet?
sorry. I will turn off the thing. Okay. Good night, everybody. Sorry.
Bye, everybody.
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder.